Part 1 of John Bull's Vineyard, Australian Sketches by Hubert de Castella. Melbourne, Sands and MacDougall Limited, 1886. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Va, petit livre, et si tu fais quelque chemin, aide-nous à faire le nôtre. Preface. The last chapter of this little book was already in type when my publisher asked me for a preface. This is an ordeal for which I was not prepared, more especially at this moment when we are busy with a large vintage. He who could not compose a landscape from his imagination may sometimes paint sketches from nature, which will be interesting on account of their truthful couleur locale. If the following vignettes have this modest quality, they may pass muster amongst the efforts made by our colonies to procure an adequate representation of Australia at the London Indian and Colonial Exhibition. Hubert de Castella. Dedication. Early in 1859, being already a naturalised Australian, but at that time a visitor in Rome, I stood often watching with keen interest a bright young Englishman descending briskly the terrace of Pincio, alongside his military-looking guardian, or walking with him, full of life and action, through the gardens of the Villa Borghese. Again, he being the distinguished occupant of the balcony of the House of Malta during the carnival of the same year, 2 other Australians and I were, from a balcony almost adjacent, enjoying his joy and rejoicing in his pleasure. The welfare of our distant country was connected with this spirited young Englishman. When the news of the London Indian and Colonial Exhibition, so specially organised by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, reached us here, I recollected how the frankness, the earnestness, the decision, and the whole appearance of the young prince, 24 years ago, had made us feel that we could count upon his help in future days. If His Royal Highness meet with these pages, may they be to him as an expression of Australian gratitude. About our title page. We hope Mr. Max O'Rell will not grumble about our taking a leaf from his books and following his footsteps to catch the eye of a reader. Even without a winning title, his sprightly volumes would have come to the fore. Not so with us. We have to speak of matters new and of moderate interest, of unknown wines, and this to John Bull, who hates anything new, especially in the shape of liquor. Our only chance is to appeal to his practical qualities. He takes always good care of his business. If we can only cause him to observe that he has properties which he has hitherto neglected, vineyards in Australia, most valuable vineyards which may bring him money and health, 2 things he is very fond of, the day is ours. Par insinuation. I am perhaps presumptuous in attempting to describe in a language which is not my own the vineyards and farms of Victoria, the excellence of their products, and the happy life of their possessors. When an Englishman speaks French tolerably well, his British accent pleases his hearer rather than otherwise. Such is not the case with the foreigner speaking English. Anything not correctly English is ludicrous, be it manners or words. I can only hope that my principal subject, the vine, being an alien one, my phraseology may be tolerated. Another cause of embarrassment is the fact that I am an Australian vine-grower. Yet, as one of the oldest and one who has gone into that industry, corps et bien, I hope that my fellow workmen will bear with my egotism if, in telling of our past, I relate much of my own experience. I hope also that they will pardon my foreign bias when speaking of our vintages, if I take the standpoint of the best of all, those of France. Ex abrupto. The vine is, par excellence, the plant of sunny lands, not of tropical regions, but of those where life is best to live, where days are warm and nights temperate, where summer is joy and winter is work, both free from scorching heat and from freezing cold. The vine is a favourite emblem of Christianity, of the religion which teaches moderation and charity, but its natural product, the wine, must not be mistaken for the concentrated poison extracted from it and from so many plants, the alcohol, that fatal substitute for the juice of the godly grape. A great cry has been raised against the demon alcohol, the war cry of the Salvation Army and the temperance societies. Although we vignerons stand aloof from them, we can feel no antagonism towards their work, and, but for the extravagance of their ways, we should behold with an astonishment mingled with respect the progresses of their legions. Even our prosperity is interested in their advancement, for wine, which Providence has given for health and happiness, gains when intemperance decreases. The human family spreads now like flood-water on low ground, where climate, space, and fertility offer the greatest advantages to man. Steam and rails have annihilated distances, and contribute every day to equalize over the earth the value of the land, the cost of labour, and the price of food. Like other goods, the wines of the various climes will be found side by side, and at moderate prices, in the markets of the countries debarred from that production. England, where competence, aisance as Carlyle would have explained, is more general than in any other part of the world, must become a large consumer. The federation of the British possessions, today in the hearts of so many Englishmen, and tomorrow perhaps passed into the domain of facts, gives a special interest to Australian viticulture. Is it not in view of the closer bonds that may unite the English race that the products of the whole empire are summoned today to London? Amongst these, wine stands in the first place. Since the invasion of the phylloxera and the diminished production of the old vineyards, wine is becoming a much manipulated beverage. Hence the attention that the growths of Australia will probably command. The object of the present book, specially intended to describe Victorian vineyards, although it must naturally represent much of the life of the general Victorian farmer, is to supplement the evidence that will be afforded by the colonial samples, and to show that, possessing as we do the fittest soil and the best climate, growing already the choicest varieties, and animated at all times by the most resolute perseverance, we must eventually succeed. Chapter 1. Early Australian Vineyards. John MacArthur, who came to Sydney in 1791 as a captain in the New South Wales Corps, and to whom Australia is indebted for the introduction of the merino sheep, has also the honour of having been the first to plant an Australian vineyard. Summoned to England in consequence of his quarrel with Governor Bligh, he was forbidden to return to Sydney from 1811 to 1817, and he devoted that time to the education of his sons and to travelling with them on the continent, studying all that could be of advantage to the colony and could be introduced on his estate at Camden. His youngest son, William, afterwards Sir William MacArthur, born at Parramatta in 1800, was placed at school at Vevey in Switzerland. The stay of that young man amidst the vines which cover the fair slopes of the Lake of Geneva had an influence not only on the establishment of the Camden vineyard, but also, indirectly, on Victorian viticulture. MacArthur's best comrade at Vevey was the Count Louis de Pourtalès of Neuchatel, and the latter, from having been the confidant of the young Australian's hopeful tales of his native land, became one of the few on the continent possessing, as far back as the first quarter of the present century, any special knowledge of the New Holland of these days. An Englishman of French extraction, Mr. Charles Latrobe, married in 1835 a relative of the Pourtalès, Mademoiselle de Montmalin, and was appointed in 1839 first superintendent of Port Phillip, afterwards the first governor of the colony of Victoria. Monsieur Louis de Pourtalès's recollections of the sanguine descriptions of his Australian schoolmate contributed in giving to his cousin, Mrs. Latrobe, the courage necessary to start for that distant region. My parents were living in Neuchatel at the time, and I well remember the astonishment and awe of us little children when told how Mrs. Latrobe would be 6 months on the big sea, how she was to take with her a wooden house in her ship, to live in it in a country peopled with savages. In a small community, such as Neuchatel was 50 years ago, the departure for the Antipodes of a lady belonging to one of the oldest and richest families of the town created a sensation. 5 years after Mrs. Latrobe's arrival in Melbourne, 11 men had started from the canton of Neuchatel for Australia. They had settled near each other in the district of Geelong, and being familiar with the cultivation of the vine, all had planted vineyards around their homes. In 1848, a nephew of Mrs. Latrobe and my brother, both only 21 years of age, came to Victoria to become squatters. Another nephew of Mrs. Latrobe, Mr. G. de Poury, now Swiss consul in Melbourne, joined them in 1851, I myself in 1854. My brother had bought the station of Yering, 30 miles distant from Melbourne. By curious coincidence, on that station, as early as 1840, namely before the Geelong settlement, William Ryrie, its original owner and one of the pioneers of Port Phillip, had planted with vine cuttings from Camden about an acre, the first Victorian vineyard. Wine growing is an enticing pursuit. It is an art, a bond of hospitality, pride to the host and good humour to his friend. Today the Yering vineyard occupies 100 acres, and on the same bank of the river Yarra, Monsieur de Poury has 70 acres under vines at Yeringberg, and myself 260 acres at St. Hubert's. Chapter 2. Old and New. Le cépage fait le vin, a French axiom which means that upon the kind of grape depends the quality of the wine, even more so, given the proper climate and proper manipulation, than upon any other cause. The finest wines are made from varieties generally producing a moderate quantity of small-sized grapes, which ripen to perfection only in temperate countries. Were it not so, Greece, Sicily, Asia Minor and other lands, where vines trained on trees and requiring little labour grow bunches the size of those of Canaan, would ere this have produced Chateau Latour and Johannesburg. Favoured by a variety of temperatures, Victoria produces the light wines of France and Germany, and also the rich wines of the warm latitudes, the latter ones being the rule. There is compensation for everything in this world. Even in Australia, delicate grapes are grown in comparatively cool districts, at much greater cost, and are subject to many more evils than their more vigorous kindred. In Europe, without speaking of the phylloxera, which has ruined 1 out of 10 French vignerons, and has taken away half the value of the property of the others, long is the list of dangers the vine is subject to. First, the spring frost, next the rain at blossoming time, the hail all through the summer. As to diseases and parasites, le jaune, le colis, la pyrale, l'écrivain, the sweeping oidium, and of very late years, several new ones with ominous names, the peronospora, the anthracnose. Considering the capital necessary to establish a vineyard in the Old World, the time to wait there for a first crop, it requires some courage to undertake it. Compare this with the good fortune of the Australian, who chooses a sunny district. He has selected his farm at £1 per acre, disbursing only in full payment of it 1 shilling per acre per annum for 20 years. During the first few years, if he is without means, he has from time to time lent his labour to others, and only by degrees cleared off trees, cropped and improved his property. But if he has been sober, how soon wages of £1 and more per week, besides his food, the increase of a few cows, the butter made by his wife, the eggs saved by her care, how soon the whole economy has brought comfort to his home. After he has taken a crop of wheat or oats from his land, if he decide having a few acres under vines, a simple ploughing 10 inches deep is necessary. 400 vines in very warm localities, 1,000 in cooler ones, do not take long to plant, simply by cuttings well rammed into holes made with a crowbar in the newly ploughed land. This done in straight lines, 10 or 6 feet apart, according to the climate, to allow the plough or scarifier to keep the plantation clear of weeds, an easy task where the soil is loamy and the sun powerful. The next winter, a few days are required for pruning his vines. In spring, a few days for ploughing the ground, for taking the unnecessary shoots, for adding support of some kind to the young plants, and for tying the longest branches. A few days in summer for scarifying the weeds. Dame Nature does the rest. During the 3rd year, the same work, only more of it, the vines being older. But if they have been well taken care of, there comes already the reward, 2 or 3 bunches of grapes per vine, according to the variety planted, just enough, if the farmer has planted a few acres, to make his first cask of wine. The more sober a man he is, and he must have been so, otherwise his vineyard would not have been properly kept, and would have borne him no early crop, the more there is joy in the family. For wine is food, and he gives it, diluted with water, to his wife and his young children, for whom the acidulated taste is freshness in the mouth, like chickweed to the birds. The cask of wine lasts him the whole year, and the children grow to like only the fruity liquid which they get at home. They will never care for strong drinks afterwards. Pardon this digression. I was saying that on the 3rd year, our farmer made his first 100 gallons of wine. Supposing that he planted 5 acres of vines, he made on the 4th year perhaps 1,500 gallons, and unlike the European grower, for I must try to come back to my starting point, he has not passed his days trembling for fear of frost, of hail, or of the invasion of innumerable cryptogams. End of Part 1. Part 2 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Hors d'oeuvre. About the time of the gold fever 30 years ago, the Count Lionel de Chabrillon, a wild member of an illustrious French family, having ended an empty career by marrying a person of great celebrity and small virtue, known in Paris in those days as Céleste Mogador, was appointed by Napoleon III Consul of France in Melbourne. His consort, shunned by Melbourne society, soon left him, returned to Paris, and reappeared amongst dubious notabilities in the avant-scène of the great theatres. Previous to her marriage she had written her memoirs, suppressed shortly after their appearance by the French police. She re-entered the literary arena and published a novel, the plot of which was laid in Victoria, Les Voleurs d'Or, full of guile and of disparagement of a land and people she had not known. I was on a visit to Europe at the time. Australia was dear to me. Its lovely climate, the transparent hues of its landscapes, the kind hospitality of its settlers, the great enterprise of its inhabitants, all were vivid in my mind. I felt compelled to attempt a rejoinder to the libel. I wrote a small book, Les Squatteurs Australiens, a collection of reminiscences only, but true and from nature. Hachette published it. Besides the novelty of the subject, descriptions of a life of ease and success, such as that of station owners whose properties, by the gold discovery, rose suddenly tenfold in value, had some charm for idle people in France with a great desire for making fortunes. I do not say that many came to Australia on the strength of my little volume, although several did, who cannot today bear me any grudge for my prompting. but it is always interesting to hear of some corner of the globe where life is pleasant. On that account, especially as it contradicted the tales of bushrangers and gold robbers just in circulation, Les Squatteurs was a success. From the first I had asked for liberty to write without a very fixed plan, au gré du vent, au pas de nos chevaux, allons chez l'un et puis chez l'autre, a chatty book. This it was precisely that gained me some friends. I begged to be allowed the same liberty today. I was reproached formerly that I saw things couleur de rose. I have not now to speak of men enjoying on grassy plains the existence of the patriarchs of old, growing rich by sheer multiplication of sheep and cattle. Squatting is all but swept away from Victoria, but if we enter the houses of the hard toilers of the soil who have succeeded the squatters, 10, 20 and scores more perhaps, where there was only one homestead before, we have Australia Felix yet. Country life rests upon courage, patience and hope, all comprised in one word, contentment. A truthful sketch cannot produce a dark picture. Chapter 4. Fermentation. We left our friend, the free selector, making his first vintage. This was just the departure from the even life, the beginning of his troubles. It was all easy on the previous year, with one cask only, the crop being so small he made no preparations. He only squeezed and crushed his grapes in a tub, putting the liquid into the barrel where it was to ferment. Not to lose any of the juice, he pressed the berries again and again between two boards, actually triturating them. Unconsciously, perhaps, he secured in his must all the elements of a good fermentation. Left to itself, the liquid turned into perfect wine. This was how Noah made his first jar, which was so good. How we made wine at Yering 30 years ago, when my brother's vineyard was only the 1 acre planted by William Ryrie. Since then, having had to operate upon very large quantities, upon tons and tons of grapes, piled upon a wine press, or put into vats holding 1,000 gallons of must each, like almost every one of our fellow growers, for want of understanding at first the laws of fermentation, according as we chanced to obey them, we have met with alternate results, sometimes of success, and at other times of bitter disappointment. Wine is made in Europe in obedience to local traditions and customs, which vary in every country. Australian vignerons, being recruited from France, from Italy, Germany and Switzerland, each of them imbued with the methods of his province. The colonial growers, mostly new to the industry, found themselves in a babel of confusion. They resorted to books. Unfortunately, there the same discord prevailed. Operations recommended by one authority were disapproved of by another. The length of time the must should remain in the vats was fixed by some at 5 days, by others at 8, at 20, and even at 30 days. As to the origin and cause of fermentation, all the savants disagreed, except in one point, in which they were all wrong, that the ferment was originally in the juice of the grape. It is only 6 or 7 years ago since the great chemist, Louis Pasteur, settled this question, demonstrating where the ferment of the grape resides. To him is due the key to the understanding of all the traditional practices of wine-making. Pasteur, in his book, Study of the Beer, showed that there was no fermenting element in the juice of the grape, as universally admitted, but that the germs of fermentation floating in the air were deposited on the bloom, le fard, which covers the berries of the grapes, and that they were also on the stalks and leaves of the vine. He took successively a number of berries, washed off carefully the bloom with water, and dried them with a piece of linen. The must produced by crushing these berries did not ferment for several days, but fermentation was immediately established in it by the addition of a berry with its bloom. It was increased by the addition of more. To us in Australia this was a revelation. Unless that theory be of less importance where men follow the footsteps of their fathers, I cannot understand how there is no mention of this important experiment in so many books and periodicals on winemaking written since it was made public. I hope all this is not tedious to my reader. Whoever undertakes a visit to vineyards and wishes to witness the operations of winemaking must understand something of the laws which render them necessary. Must is the name given to the liquid resulting from the crushing of the grapes as long as it is not turned into wine. Marc represents the solid part, the skins and stalks remaining in the fermenting vat after the liquid is run off, or on the press after it is all pressed out. In all the former experiments made to prove the necessity of oxygen to give and develop the ferment, grapes having been crushed with their bloom, some of this bloom was always found in the must. Hence probably the error that there was ferment in the must. The great practical point of Pasteur's discovery for the vigneron is that, consequent upon the mode adopted to crush the grapes, more or less ferment can be present in the must, more or less chance of the wine being well made. Since the ferment is accumulated outside the skin of the berry, a must obtained by rapid pressure of grapes in large masses, and run straight into large vessels, sometimes without skins, cannot ferment as thoroughly as that must, the result of the slow crushing of the grapes with hands and feet on plain surfaces, during which the bloom is rubbed off and immersed in the juice, this liquid itself all the while impregnated with air. In old times, when labour was cheap, men plentiful, and vintages days of merriment, all the operation were conducted so as to move about as much as possible the mass of grapes during the process of crushing them, experience having probably proved it useful before science demonstrated it as imperative. In the Grand Cru of France, crushing with the feet is still continued. Now machinery generally replaces manual labour, and the main object of every new invention is to expedite work. Powerful grape crushers are placed successively over each vat, over the wine presses for making white wine. They receive the grapes whole from the vineyard, and the berries passing between the two rollers, half of them only being crushed, fall into the vats or the press before air has had time to give the ferment or to fecundate it. If the quantity of ferment is insufficient to turn all the sugar of the must into alcohol, the wine remains sweet and liable to all sorts of alterations at a future time when air comes in contact with the dormant elements. Red wines and white wines are not made in the same manner. For the red, which takes its colour from the dark skins, the grapes are thrown, liquid and all, into open vat standing above or alongside the wine cellars. Stalks are sometimes eliminated, or partly so. They stimulate the fermentation, but the wine made with them, although firmer and later on better, requires more age. On this account, elimination of the stalks, which the French call égrappage, is often practiced. Commerce wants wines soon ready for use. Even in wine countries, the old usage of laying by stocks of great years is passing away. The vault of the wine merchant is everybody's cellar. As to the length of time the wine is allowed to ferment in the vats, as we said before, it varies according to countries. In Burgundy, from 2 to 8 days, in Bordeaux, from 10 to 20, in some warm districts, up to 30 days. France is looking forward to Algiers for the production of wine. I read in the report of a meeting of the Société Nationale d'Agriculture de Paris, held on the 5th of June 1885, that Mr. Bouchardat, a distinguished viticulturist, said, speaking of fine rich Algerian wines, they must be left between 30 and 40 days to ferment in the vat. Let Australian and Cape vignerons take notice of this. White wine, at least where it is well made, is not fermented with the berries and stalks. It does not require colour from the skins, and the wine press, if properly used, extracts from the grapes all that is wanted. The mashed grapes are poured inside a wooden cage placed on a press, the juice running all the time through a gutta-percha pipe, if practicable, direct into the cask in which it is to ferment. When the press is sufficiently full, boards are placed on top of the mass of grapes. Huge cross pieces of wood are adjusted on these boards, and a strong pressure from the top, by machinery more or less complicated, forces out the fleshy inside of the grapes, which is added to the juice that ran off first. When the mass of grapes is so compact that no juice can come out, the boards are removed and the marc stirred up in every way. After this, the boards are readjusted and the pressing resumed. The juice runs freely again. This is repeated until the marc is dry. It is for making white wines that Pasteur's discovery attains its full importance. In red wines, the stalks and skins of the grapes being left in the must, during fermentation, the bloom ferment, even if the must has not been long in contact with air, is at all events present in the vat, and, as there is oxygen in sugar, the fermentation is perhaps a question of time. Not so in making white wine. The must, as I have tried to explain, runs out immediately from the press, and the skins and stalks remain in a compact mass. If that mass is not stirred up either before being put on the press or while on it, the bloom may be retained between the pulps, and if the liquid does not contain sufficient elements of fermentation, the wine turns bad. Chapter 5. Quotations. Chavarondier, a French authority on winemaking, in a book published in 1876, therefore before Pasteur's discovery, begins as follows. The phenomena of vinous fermentation are yet enveloped in mystery, notwithstanding the eager researches of the most illustrious savants. Chemists do not agree on the nature of the ferment. Some affirm that it is an organized being, living, an animalcule. Others maintain that it is a vegetation. The manner in which the ferment acts on the must of grapes is explained in various ways, but the numerous theories proposed by the most renowned chemist rest only upon hypothesis and contradict each other. Science has not yet removed the veil which covers the phenomena of vinous fermentation. It remains a secret of the future. The correct knowledge of these phenomena would greatly advance enology, but whilst we wait for this, we can only study the development of vinous fermentation to direct it properly. Unfortunately, as I have already said, methods and teachings being so numerous and so different one from another, here began the difficulty for the Victorian grower. Vintage is not only the crowning time of a whole year's work, it is, at every recurrence, the confirmation of past successes or the destruction of slowly acquired reputation. Nothing is more painful than hesitation, nothing more certain to bring forth a catastrophe. The timid driver who holds in his trembling hands the reins of 4 spirited horses is sure to capsize his chariot. So it has been with many of us here, standing puzzled before our yawning vats, with our heads full of entangled theories. Be not surprised, therefore, if I linger upon the benefit conferred upon the wine-grower by Pasteur. I have near me a book, La Vigne et le Vin, published in Paris in 1884, purporting to be the resume of 10 different works, which makes no mention of his experiment. Should I be the first to express, not the scientists', but the workmen's, the vignerons' gratitude to Pasteur, John Bull may be pleased that the acclamation started from his plantation of yesterday, and I trust it will be re-echoed on the slopes of every vineyard. It is very interesting to consider, in the light of the new discovery, certain ancient practices which were perhaps of importance everywhere, and which must be so to Australia's vineyards, as we shall see them presently illustrated in the rudimentary cellar of a Victorian farmer at Cagnapella on the Murray, where we shall find a magnificent wine made à la façon ancienne, under scanty circumstances. Le Vicomte de Venette-Lamotte, one of the most distinguished viticulturists, describes from an old Burgundy manuscript how wine was made in years gone by. On the day following the gathering of the grapes, a man strong and active is sent naked into the vat, even 2 men, if it is a large one. They agitate, move about the grapes, crush them in every way. It is not their fault if there is a single berry left whole. This work lasts 4 or 5 hours. They come out of the vat only when all the grapes are converted into liquid. When the grapes floating on the liquid show that fermentation is established, the men repeat the crushing. 12 or 15 hours after the vat has been filled, the must is racked off and the mark put on the press. If the weather be cold, 3 crushings, foulage, are effected instead of 2, and the grapes remain up to 36 hours in vat. Another way of making wine still in use in Lorraine is quoted by Vergniet-Lamotte. It consists in stirring up the mashed grapes for 48 hours after they are brought to the vat. This is effected with shovels, and wine made in that fashion is called in the country vin de pelle, shovel wine. It is said to be more alcoholic and more agreeable than wine made in the ordinary way. It takes 4 men to stir about, during 48 hours, the grapes necessary to make 1,000 gallons. After describing these practices, Vergniet-Lamotte says, "From these facts, acknowledged true in every vignoble, we conclude that must should be well aerated, in order that fermentation be well established in the vat." But what is alcoholic fermentation, and how does it act? Here we adopt the theory of Cagnard, Latour, and Turpin, and for us, fermentation is due to the development of globules which, in the course of their life, consume the sugary matter and produce alcohol and carbonic acid. Are the germs of these globules in the air? 2 facts support this theory. First, the moving about and the stirring up of the must, which contributes to good fermentation. Next, Gay-Lussac's experiment, which has demonstrated that must cannot ferment without air. On the other hand, sugared water, as far as we are aware, does not ferment, except yeast is added to it. When grapes are crushed, small flossy elements of yeast can be observed in the must. Is that ferment in the berry of the grape, as in the grain of barley, or is it a spontaneous generation? Pasteur gave the answer to that question. He set at rest the uncertainty of the winemakers. So long as there was a possibility of spontaneous generation, they could only hope and pray to get it. Now it is within their positive reach, a matter of common sense. 2 distinct methods, both answering the same object, namely the immersion of the ferment in the must, are at the choice of the vigneron for making red wine. The one already described, the long fermentation of skins and all in the vat, which takes more tannin, more colour, more extractive matter from the grapes, and preponderates in old established wine countries. The other, the primitive way, complete trituration of the grapes in their juice and fermentation of that must, well impregnated with the bloom, without any solid matter, in a cask instead of in the vat. In both cases, the act of fermentation, which is long and easily disturbed, must be religiously left to accomplish itself. If the first method, the fermentation in the vat, be adopted, it requires skill to rack off at the proper time, because the duration of the fermentation depends upon many circumstances. Once in its full force, it must be left to accomplish itself undisturbed. If the wine be racked off before all the sugar is turned into alcohol, it remains sweet forever. This is the danger for rich musts, and it is why M. Bouchardin recommends for Algiers a fermentation of from 30 to 40 days. It is also why many writers assert that the only safe rule is to run off the wine when it is cold and clear. For warm countries, where the sun gives deep black colour to the grapes, where temperature ensures immediate fermentation, and for farmers who have insufficient plant, the second system is the easier. Let the crushed grapes steep for a night in their juice. The next day agitate them, as did our ancient Burgundian, or our modern Lorraine with his spade. If the grapes are the Pinot Noir or Shiraz, which flourish in Australia, the skins have imparted sufficient colour to the must. When fermentation sets in, and before it is dangerous to check it, rack off, press the marc quite dry, put all the juice in the same cask and leave it for 30 days. After that time, more especially if you are in a very warm region, hold a lighted match over the bunghole. If it is extinguished by carbonic acid, leave the wine alone. The animalculae ferment are yet at work. It is only when the match burns inside the cask that you can be sure that your wine is made. White wine must be rapidly made, in order to avoid the darkening of the must and marc of white grapes, which a long contact with air always produces. 3 hours of foulage and 5 hours of steady and hard pressing, and the result will be a solid and transparent wine of the pale greenish hue of the aquamarina, or the yellow of a topaz. Perhaps the slight crushing of black grapes, used sometimes in making champagne, may be given by some as an example against what we have said about the necessity for moving about the grapes. Yet even for champagne making, the complete aeration of the must is necessary. Without exception, the best author on that manufacture is Maumenet. Here is what he says on the question of preliminary crushing, foulage. It should be written in large letters on the wall of every cellar. Number 299. Foulage must be effected in all cases with an attention of which the importance has not been hitherto appreciated. It is not a purely mechanical process, as many take it. It is rather a chemical operation, the object of which is to bring all the parts of the grape into contact by the tearing up of the vegetal cellulae, which keep them separated. Another object, not less important, is to expose the must to air, so that it absorbs all the oxygen necessary to constitute the ferment. Too much care cannot be given to dissolve air in the must during the foulage. It should be agitated, divided in the air several times, so as to multiply as much as possible the points of contact. Number 300. When black grapes are crushed to obtain white must for making sparkling wine, this absorption of air must be made as complete as possible. The indispensable conditions are the following. The juice must be in all parts in contact with air at the moment of its formation. To arrive at this, one can frequently suspend the operation of pressing and turn over the grapes with a fork a number of times to give air. The action of air, which must be so carefully avoided later on in the wine, cannot be too much provoked in the juice of the grape, dans le jus de raisin. Alas, until we learned from Pasteur the true cause of the ferment, the last few words caused us to partly misapply the perfect practice indicated above. We thought too much of the juice, and not enough of the skins of the grapes. O ye enterprising growers of Australia, far apart and far away from school, ye growers of the Cape of Good Hope, whom your Mr. Silberbauer represented the other day at your meeting in London as having had no encouragement for 200 years. Ye Californian generals and senators who plant vineyards by the 1,000 of acres to a single man. All of ye, join in gratitude to Pasteur. End of Part 2. Part 3 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Sketch. The township of Lilydale, 24 miles from Melbourne, is one of the prettiest in the neighbourhood of that marvellous city. A small river emerges out of a wooded range into a rich flat, which, bounded by a blue horizon of distant mountains, spreads like an open fan between green hills dotted with farms, houses and churches. Built on both sides of the stream and traversed by a railway line, the little village is fast growing in importance. One of the hills just above, clad in a bright mantle of vines, slopes down to the main streets, and a pretty avenue of dark pines winds its way to a neat cottage, nestled amidst scented shrubs, lemon trees, and vines. I had known the owners of that pretty place before they came to Australia. I have witnessed their general prosperity during 3 generations, a perfect epitome of colonial advancement. The old father was a head vigneron of a good-sized vineyard in Switzerland. In 1853, when the Yering plantation was to be enlarged, he and his family were engaged to take charge of it. He sold before starting a small piece of land he had in the old country, deposited on his arrival £120 in a Melbourne bank, and unconcerned by the gold mines then at their height, took quietly to his new duties with his sons. Nothing was much changed for them. Parents and children dwelt together as before, only the soil was not so hard, the climate warmer, the food better. "Oh, sir, what a country! If our people had only such luck at home," the old man used to say when wiping his forehead, moist from joyful hard work, for he was a lover of work, and it was a real wonder to see him at it. 2 years later on, land was offered for sale in the rich agricultural district of Kyneton. His £120 was more than trebled by the saving of the wages of the whole family, and he bought upwards of 100 acres. Friends and relatives had followed him from Switzerland, and arrangements were made to allow him to go to his farm. With his sons, trained in his school of labour, his land was quickly broken up and cultivated. He planted 15 acres in vines, but this was a failure. The district had not been proved. It was 1,000 feet too high and subject to the spring frosts. The old man was never a grumbler. On the contrary, he thanked God for everything, was hopeful at every move, and had a civil word for everybody. At the first frost, he said, "Better luck next time." At the second, he sighed deeply. At the third, he was quite resigned and rooted out his vineyard. On the same year, a bushfire swept away his place, stacks, hut, and all. In another country, a man in these circumstances would have been ruined. Not so in Australia. Well-paid labour was in demand everywhere, and by the rise in value of the land on which he had settled, even after being burnt out, he was from day to day becoming a richer man. But he could not live away from vines. When the township of Lilydale was put up for sale, knowing from experience that spring frosts would not injure a vineyard there, he bought, together with his sons, about 90 acres on both sides of the village. A few years afterwards his sons were all married and established, and he lived in a cottage amongst them. Age was coming on. He sold his farm at Kyneton, bought 2 acres at Hawthorne, a pretty suburb of Melbourne, little populated then, but now covered with houses. He built a small brick house and planted every spare rod of his ground with vines. There he worked as before, all day. He could not do otherwise, but it was his own choice. He made good wine which his neighbours bought. His wife, who had shared with him the life of toil, now shared the life of rest. One day, a warm summer day, when he had been hoeing hard amongst his vines, he entered the cottage, bade her bring him a glass of his wine, and whilst he was sitting by her side, he put his hand to his brow, said, "Adieu, mon vieux, je m'en vais," and he died without a struggle. There is nothing striking in this homely narrative, yet every day of the old man's life in Australia was better and fuller than it would have been in crowded Switzerland, and in his declining days he had the feeling that his children were left, as he himself was in the end, independent. His eldest son married very young, for after he had settled on his piece of land, the hill just above the township of Lilydale, he could offer a home to a wife. By the time the children were of age to learn, good schools were opened in the village. The boys, broken in by a careful father, grew up types of manliness and intelligence, able at 18 to turn their hands to anything, driving teams, ploughing, carpentering, pruning vines and making a vintage. As had been done for him before, so did the father now do for his sons. He took the two eldest to Wangaratta, 200 miles from Melbourne, and bought them a piece of land, to which they added by free selection. One of them, married at 21, has now his farm, his vineyard, his wife and 2 children. Had the grandfather remained in the old country, the value of his small piece of land would not have augmented, and if they had divided it, his 3 sons, with a few perches to each, would not have reared the 23 children they count among them. Villages are formed every day, even now, and new lands are broken up. A man who purchases in a new township an allotment of land for £50 per acre, or land at some distance from it for £2 or so per acre, may count upon seeing in his lifetime the value of the former counted by hundreds, and that of the latter increased 4-fold. Hence the comfort which, as it should be always in this world of hardships, surely accrues to the Australian farmer whilst he advances in age. At first there is nothing but a slab hut, perhaps only a kitchen and 2 rooms. The boys have their bunks under skillions or sheds, and they can count at night the bright stars in the deep sky through the rifts in the bark of the roof. There is no other conveyance for the wife and the daughters but the rough jolting dray. Yet, all the while, with plenty of land, everything increases: the fowls, the pigs, the cattle, the dairy and the crops. Fruit trees bear early. Apples, pears, plums, lemons are sent to market. Above all, everywhere in this ant-hill of activity, the local boards, taxing property heavily, make roads, form culverts, construct bridges, and the small owner cannot complain, for if he have his share of the burden, he has the benefit of the outlay. It is he generally who contracts for these works. The money spent on them comes back to him, both by the increased value of his farm and by the improvements he is able to make. Is it surprising if, on Sunday mornings, the light buggies of the farmers roll now merrily on along the well-made roads to village churches, filled with well-dressed children, where a few years ago bullock teams and heavy drays were toiling in deep furrows of mud? I am afraid I repeat myself, but in this rural etude, like in a song, ein Traubenlied, allow the joyous theme, freedom, air, warmth and happiness to come back in various keys. Chapter 7. Free Selection. The mode of disposing of Crown lands in Victoria has undergone numerous changes. During the first 24 years of the colony, land was alienated by actual sale, mostly in large blocks, which, purchased by far-seeing men, who secured to themselves the best tracts of the whole country, laid the foundations of the princely fortunes of the present large Victorian landowners. In 1862, agricultural areas were proclaimed open for free selection. Within these, land could be selected at an uniform price of £1 per acre, being limited to 640 acres to one man in the same year. Half the purchase money was to be paid down, the rest by yearly instalments. In the amended Land Act, 1869, the area allowed to be selected by one person was limited to 320 acres, but the payment in cash was done away with. It was provided that the selection should be under licence during the first 3 years, the rent payable being 2 shillings per acre per annum, which was credited to the selector as part payment of the principal. During these 3 years, the selector was obliged to reside on his selection, to enclose it, and generally to effect substantial improvements to the value of £1 per acre. At the expiration of the 3 years' licence, the selector, if he obtained a certificate from the Board of Lands that he had complied with these conditions, could either purchase his holding at once, or might convert his licence into a lease extending over 7 years at an annual rental of 2 shillings per acre, which was also credited as part payment of the fee simple. On the expiry of such lease and due payment of the rent, the land became the freehold of the selector. In the main, the Land Act of 1869 is still in force, with amendments in 1878 by which the period the land is held under lease is increased from 3 years to 6 years, and the time for compulsory residence from 3 to 5 years. On the other hand, the facilities for payment are greatly increased. The annual rental per acre is reduced from 2 shillings to 1 shilling, thereby allowing it to extend over a period of 20 years, instead of 10 as formerly. The Land Act, as amended in 1878, contains also provisions for selection by persons who need not reside on their selections. In such cases, however, the rent is 2 shillings per acre and the total price to be paid for the land is £2 per acre. At the present moment, 1886, the whole area of land actually alienated in fee simple in Victoria is about 15 millions of acres, of which 1/2 was acquired by selection under the system of deferred payments. Another 7 millions of acres are now held by selectors under the above conditions, still in course of fulfilment. Therefore, out of the whole of 22 millions of acres actually in the hands of the colonists of Victoria, nearly 2/3, 14 millions of acres, are held by people who entered their homes under these liberal and equitable conditions. To them, the country is alma mater indeed. They began life with her, whilst she was poor and rugged, but as time passed by, as wealth has accrued to the mother, her sons, to whom the advance is due, have obtained their just share of the increment. No doubt the best lands of Victoria are now in possession of the people. Still, there are millions of acres available for selection, even after deduction of the mountain forest lands. The colony's estate can yet be parcelled out to men in want of homes. If the first arrived have chosen the richest lands, the men who may come now find the country developed, and they benefit by the work of their predecessors. Chapter 8. At Great Western. Great Western is a small township of 400 inhabitants and a railway station, 170 miles north of Melbourne. Free selection and wines have made it. Just as the train emerges out of the silent bush and slackens to arrive at the station, you pass through some good-sized and well-kept vineyards, the straight rows of which abut on both sides of the iron road. When the train stops, you have the village before you, new brick houses intermingled with deep-toned wooden cottages, trim little hotels, the school and courthouses, orchards and gardens, clean gravelly roads and paths. A picture of neatness steeped in warmth, framed all around by the bright red soil of the vineyards sloping from the gun-timbered hills which encircle the township. The nearest vineyard, that of Mr. Best, about 60 acres in extent, is only 5 minutes' walk from the station. I alighted there some time ago, anxious to become acquainted with the work and the ways of my fellow growers. The owner, an old bachelor, gave me a hearty welcome, made me share his dinner and showed me over his establishment. From the colour of the soil you may judge of its fertility and adaptability to the cultivation of the vine. Yellow, red and brown soil, especially if it be a mixture of clay, of sand and gravel, or rotten stones, is the most productive, the colours mentioned indicating the presence of some peroxide of iron. White, sandy and stony soil produces much less, but gives fine wine. Of all, the best is a grey soil, loam and gravel on a sandy clay. It secures both quantity and quality. In the Great Western District, as in the greater portion of the territory of Victoria, in the whole of the land north of the dividing ranges and of the Australian Pyrenees, on the Goulburn and in the vast plains of the Murray, the The soil varies from rich brown to red and yellow. Occasionally only you meet with grey patches of soil planted in vines. In these warm regions, the soil, stiff and adhesive, if not broken up, becomes, after being worked with the plough and scarifier, soft and pliable. Weeds have no chance to grow in it. The heat develops an immense vegetation in the vines, and the vigneron has nothing to wish for except rain. After I had admired the vigour of the plants in the vineyard, the size and length of the shoots tied to the trellises, my host took me to his cellars. A new brick building, containing all modern implements and about 30 casks of 600 gallons each, attested its prosperity. But the principal interest was the oldest part of the cellars, excavated in the soil at a considerable depth. The subsoil in that part of the Great Western District is a compact and soft granite, which can be worked with the greatest ease. From the new building, a long staircase cut in the soft rock took us into the underground cellars, dans les entrailles de la terre. These were long passages about 5 feet broad, 7 feet high, and 150 feet in length, in which, on both sides, hogsheads and quarter casks, sometimes a heap of bottles, were placed in recesses cut again in the granite, the whole, as you walked about with a taper in hand, reminding you of the catacombs. There were 4 of these galleries united by 3 cross ones at right angles. They contained some 300 barrels. About 10 yards of solid rock separated each of these galleries, a white and compact mass without a fissure, without a trace of humidity. Now and then a square hole in the vault above, communicating with the outside, gave air and a little light below. It was through these holes that the granite excavated had been hoisted away. When room was wanted to lodge a cask of wine, a workman was sent below with a pick, and in a few hours a new recess was hollowed on the side of the gallery, in course not of construction but of prolongation. My host, when he had nothing else to be done, sent his men to extend his subterraneous labyrinth. As it was, it would have been awkward for a stranger to find his way out, and certainly, if, instead of a building of bricks above, the old system had been continued, Ariadne's thread would have been absolutely wanted. There were venerable quarter casks lying there, brown and dusty in their niches, like the dead Cappuccini in their burial chambers, minus the ghastly appearance. Some contained 7 or 8 years old wines of great vigour and quality. When we came out of these vaults, as it was the 24th of May, a day of rejoicing in all British possessions, the Queen's birthday, we wended our way towards a park-like glen, where a day's racing was to assemble the farmers of the neighbourhood. Large gum trees, their white trunks spotted over with yellow, lilac and orange, huge peppermint trees, their long classical branches finely delineated through a thick spray of drooping leaves, and a few bronzed oaks were dotted about in clumps over the gently undulating ground. The soft silver green, the malachite tone of the feathery foliage, formed, with the pale yellow of the autumnal grass and the madder tints of the bluish shades, a harmony that only a Corot could have rendered. Unfortunately, it had rained all the morning, a rare and welcome occurrence in that district, and it was still gently drizzling. 3 or 4 young farmers only had been zealous enough to bring their horses, and but a dozen idlers were sufficiently confident to face the wet weather. Mr. Best told me that probably all those who had intended to attend the races would be found close by at the vineyards of some French growers. We crossed the railway lines, and we soon arrived at their place. End of Part 3. Part 4 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Queen's Birthday. Chez des Vignerons Français. But before we enter this homestead, allow me to tell you of its occupants. All about them will thus gain in interest, and it will only be anticipating the narrative of old reminiscences communicated to me during the pleasant and friendly evening I am about to describe. 34 years ago, in 1852, two young people, a girl of 20 and the brother, aged 15, members of a family of Lorraine farmers, had their imagination fired by tales of the discovery of gold in Australia, and formed the adventurous project of going there together. Knowing that their parents would not agree to it, they applied secretly to their father's landlord, and induced him to make the necessary arrangements for their passage out on board an English ship. They left their farm at night, and passing through a small town where one of their uncles lived, they went to say goodbye to him, begging him to explain everything to their relations and to reassure them as to their future. After 3 months at sea, they reached Melbourne, then possessed by the gold fever, and betook themselves to the Beechworth mines. The brother and sister never left one another. There were a good many Frenchmen amongst the Beechworth mines. The sister married one of them, and the brothers-in-law, being both familiar with wine growing, established themselves about 22 years ago on the land they now occupy at Great Western. From the first they found a ready market for their grapes, their fruit and their wines among the miners of Stawell, a few miles only further. They increased their estates by successive selections, and their property comprises now 2,000 acres. On our arrival we found all the people of the neighbourhood there. A sort of hall, 50 feet long and 30 feet broad, the roof of which was supported by 5 large square trunks of trees, occupied the centre of the house. Like an ancient vestibule, it gave access to the numerous rooms of the establishment, and the entrance side was left wide open. Groups of men, young girls armed with croquet mallets, young men busy fixing the iron hoops through which the balls were to pass, had taken refuge there from the rain. My guide took me to the owners. Mrs. Truett, who, 33 years before, led out her young brother to show him the road to independence, was tall and strong, though a little bowed by toil. Her dress was that of the good old time in France. The slow cadenced accent of her Lorraine dialect, of which she had lost nothing, was in harmony with the kindliness and the dignified simplicity of her looks. She called to us her son and her daughter, two young people speaking both French and English. Her brother, a large and handsome man, 48 years old, had one of those faces which inspires confidence from the first. He had married the daughter of an Alsatian, his friend at Beechworth, and their numerous little children completed the patriarchal family. As evening was coming on, and I wished to see the vineyard, Mr. Truett took me to it, the same rich soil, the same vigour of vines. The greater portion of the plantation was on the hill, only a few acres in the flats below. They gathered on the hill about 300 gallons per acre, on the flats as much, sometimes, as 700 gallons to the acre. Notwithstanding this great difference in the production, there were 20 acres prepared to be planted on the highest part of the hill. I expressed my surprise to Mr. Truett. "Oh," he said, "our clients buy the wine grown on the hill, and they do not like that grown in the flat. And this is why. In the light wines of the temperate regions, the small proportion of alcohol is amply compensated by the aromas, by the tannin, by those full-mouth flavours which render wine the best beverage on earth. But these are the result of the delicate ethers produced by the acids present in the juice. Strong red soils, a burning sun, do not allow them to subsist. Sugar and afterwards alcohol absorb all. If the same kinds of grapes are planted on the hill and in the plain, the wines produced on both situations are similar in character, only that of the plain, containing no special quality, merely more liquid, the result of a stronger vegetation, lacks its greatest merit, vigour. In British communities, at least for the active classes, even in wine, the principal virtue is strength. The study of the various kinds of grapes should enable the vignerons to take advantage of the fecundity of rich soils in the warm countries. Would not the Cabernet Sauvignon, whose small berries give so little juice on the hills, produce in the flat a wine which would contain some of the grand qualities of that admirable species? Would not the Chasselet, which never dries up, which does not gain, as other white grapes do, 2 or 3 degrees of glucose in 2 or 3 warm days, retain there the precious elements of finesse in wine? Such were the themes of our conversation as we were passing through the rows of the different kinds of vines. We were both counting on the future progress. From the summit of his vineyard, Mr. Truett showed me on the other side of the railway line, about 2 miles away, a woody slope where his son, just arrived at his 18th year, the age required by law, had selected 320 acres. "By Jove," I said to him, half in a joke, "if my 9 children were of age, I could take out a fine block of land." "And I could," he answered, "point out to you good ground to select." Night had set in when we came back to the house. I had intended to go to Stawell by the evening train, but my hosts pressed me to stop. A countryman of mine, a Swiss, president of the Shire of Stawell, who was amongst their friends, proposed to show me the famous deep mines next day. I was easy to persuade, glad as I was to assist at their fate. The train to Stawell was to pass during the night. To complete my acquaintance with their establishment, we went to see the cellars. These were excavated in the ground, but not in the galleries, as at their neighbours. Here the whole of the granite rock under the numerous wooden buildings had been hollowed out, portions of the solid mass being left to support the wooden partitions above. The external walls of the house were a little outside of the excavation, and this, in that dry region, was sufficient to keep off the occasional rains. The floors of the house, made of the hardest wood, were the roof of the cellars, and by removing a few of the boards in the vestibule, the largest casks could be entered or taken out. There were some 25,000 gallons of wine, all truly good. I hope my readers will be able to taste them at the Kensington exhibition. More about them when we consider the wines of the different climes of Victoria. Coming out of the cellars, we joined the merrymaking people. Supper was being prepared. Besides the 3 long tables, fixtures between the big pillars in the centre of the vestibule, which were used for the daily meals of the family and of the workmen, 2 sets of other tables were getting ready. They were soon covered with white tablecloths, laden with fat turkeys and fowls, with hams, pies, fruit and flowers. Over 50 guests sat on both sides. To the English profusion of meat was added the good French cooking of vegetables. The best wine of the vignoble was abundantly supplied. Besides the owners of properties in the neighbourhood, the guests came from Stawell and Ararat. Amongst these, some young ladies, teachers in a ladies' college where the daughter of the house had been educated, several of her school friends, some bank and government officials, the doctor of the district and the editor of the local paper. Towards the end of the supper, my compatriot, in his capacity of president of the Shire, proposed the health of the Queen, her birthday being the occasion of the gathering. In a few words, true and simple, he said that it was by her great virtues that the Queen had endeared herself to so many peoples, whose attachment to her and to her dynasty was on that day proclaimed over the whole world. All got up with heartfelt solemnity. They sang, "God Save the Queen." It was the expression of that deep-rooted sentiment which in all British colonies animates not only those who belong by birth to the British race, but also those who are sons by adoption. The proud feeling of solidarity of the one great family which unites all nationalities. A little later on, before the guests left their seats, I got up to propose a toast, which 10 days amongst Victorian vineyards prompted me to lay before the company best fitted to welcome it. To the Australian vine! To the vine which gives prosperity, which makes men sober and kind, which engenders sociability, which employs most hands, which brings the greatest comfort to rural families, to the cultivation of the vine, the best of all to develop a new country. No doubt, Dr. Guillot had written all I said long before, but if he had foreseen it, I had the realization before my eyes. After the tables were taken away, the young people began to dance. The piano rolled to the door of the sitting-room, opening onto the vestibule, was accompanied by a violin. The old ones, Monsieur E., his brother-in-law, and I, comfortably settled in a little office next to the big room, resumed our dissertations on wine-making, backed by samples, smoking and looking on at the merry couples whirling about. Now and then good Mrs. Truette came to join us. It was then that, recalling a past to which the prosperous present added a charm, they gave me the details mentioned above. The train, which was to take several of the guests to their homes, passed at 2 o'clock in the morning. A little before, excellent coffee was given us, and after I had said good-bye to these kind people, Monsieur Truette, hospitable to the last, took my arm to guide me through the darkness up to the station. Chapter 10. Retrospective. A short review of the growth of the wine industry in Victoria during the last 25 years will serve to connect together my anecdotical digressions. But here I have to mention that a great portion of the present chapter, and of the next one, giving this retrospective information, appear also in the handbook which the Government of Victoria has published on the occasion of the London, Indian and Colonial Exhibition. I was asked to supply a notice on Victoria's wines for that work. If my reader has already met with the following pages in the official publication, I trust he will excuse an unavoidable repetition and pass on to what will be new to him again. 25 years ago, in 1860, the number of acres under vines in the colony of Victoria had not reached 2,000. Sydney and Adelaide, however, had already gained a name for Australia's wines. The Paris exhibition of 1864 gave them the first signalised approbation. In 1862, when the Victorian government inaugurated the system of free selection, especially intended to foster the cultivation of the grape, a sort of infatuation for viticulture took place. The newspapers issued periodical reports on the plantations going on and on the successes obtained or anticipated. The Argus, the Melbourne Times, gave a large gold cup in competition for the best appointed vineyard. Lawyers, doctors and men of means, taking land under the new clauses, planted vineyards by proxies. Various syndicates were formed for a large extent of vines. In 4 years, over 2,000 acres were planted. Speculation, fashion, public opinion, all were pointing to prosperity. Unfortunately, the colonial taste was for strong drinks. Port and sherry advocates had taken up the movement. The warmest districts were proclaimed as the best to grow vines, and the men who planted in more temperate localities were pitied for their mistake. To those growers who took as types the strong wines of English commerce, it was not sufficient to obtain by proper maturity musts equal in richness to those of Spain and of Portugal. Many of them left their grapes standing on the vines until they were turned into raisins, and I recollect the case of an amateur vigneron who had his grapes carried to the zinc roofs of his sheds and cellars, and, previous to crushing them, left them there for 2 days, improving, under a burning sun. Wines made in that fashion, not from must but from syrup, incapable of a complete fermentation, true compounds of sugar and alcohol, soon turn to vinegary sourness. The light wines of the cooler districts, sold too young and cheaper on account of their lesser strength, mixed by amateur wine merchants with the former ones, only developed their acidity. Day by day, the name of colonial wine became more ignominious. The trade died out. The neglected vineyards were gradually rooted out. All the while, however, many persevering men, careful of their plantations and diligent in their study of fabrication, were every year improving their vintages. The Melbourne International Exhibition of 1881, displaying an unsuspected and general amelioration, again brought the wine industry to the fore. The Emperor of Germany, zealous to foster the commercial relations of his people with the rising colonies of Australia, not only called forth a large representation of the goods of Germany, but sent to Melbourne a numerous staff, headed by a man distinguished in science and art, Professor Rouleau, now a member of his council. In his hands the Emperor had placed a munificent gift of solid silver of the value of £800, to be awarded as a special prize to an exhibitor of one of the Australian colonies, as an acknowledgement of the efforts in promoting art and industry shown by the high qualities of the goods manufactured by such exhibitor. Offered under such conditions, that Grand Prix called forth the keenest emulation. 15 jurors recommended 15 competitors, each of whom was selected as the best representative of the principal colonial industries: wool, tissues, printing, tobacco, machinery, various manufactures, and wine. Professor Rouleau was left to choose among the candidates. He felt it, he said, a most difficult task to decide between the competing claims, and he had almost made up his mind not to attempt it, but to hand the prize over to the public library with the names of the 15 competitors inscribed upon it. The importance of the wine industry of Australia, however, enabled him to arrive at what would be a safe decision. The cultivation of the grape had been of great benefit to Germany, and he had no doubt it would become equally valuable here. The Australian wine possessed many important qualities. If he awarded the prize to Messrs. de Castella and Rowan, who were recommended by the wine jury, he was sure it would be recognised as a proof of the disinterestedness of Germany, for the colonial vignerons promised to become formidable competitors of the German wine growers. The prize was then formally awarded to the proprietors of the St. Hubert Vineyard. Oh, I hope, my dear reader, that you will pardon my having transcribed all the above from the columns of the Argus of the 26th of April, 1881. As I said, a few days afterwards, when the prize was publicly delivered to my partner and myself, it was with a just sentiment of pride, which obliterated years of anxiety and justified years of sacrifices, that I felt that the august donor of that splendid prize would be pleased to learn that his gift had benefited not one firm only, but the whole of the Australian vineyards. Effectively, from that day, Australian wine was no longer thrown promiscuously under general condemnation. People who had never tasted it before condescended to have it on their tables. Clubs and hotels, yet full of strangers, could no longer refuse it admission, since it had obtained such recognition. It was a benefit to all. A few months afterwards, the growers of Victoria could count the value of their produce, even of their properties, substantially advanced. Another benefit, also very important, was conferred upon the wine growers at large by that eminent distinction. It opened their eyes to the requirements of the public taste, at least of educated taste. It educated their own. Over 400 Australian growers had sent samples to the exhibition. Some of them, although possessors of smaller acreage than the lucky winners of the Emperor's Prize, had run closely with them in the race for excellence. Their wines had been of equal value, but exhibited on a lesser scale. The result was that the growers who were left unnoticed, those who to that day had been only ambitious of strength and what they mistook for body, began to ponder over the list of awards, when they found them all given to delicacy and bouquet, to light wines principally, and to those only amongst the heavy ones which were free from alcoholic taste and unconverted sugar. Faith in alcohol was shaken in their hearts. and the value of alimentary wines dawned upon them. From that day dates a marked improvement in the Victorian vintages. The forthcoming London exhibition of 1886 will be, let us hope, for all of us the great educating event. End of Part 4. Part 5 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Rutherglen, a Sale of Wine. The warm district of the Murray, of which Rutherglen is the centre, supplies at present nearly 1/3 of the wine grown in Victoria, although it occupies only 1/400th of the total superficies of her land. The growth of that district must necessarily take a large place among the exhibits of the colony. They will probably have a weighty influence on the fate of Australian wines in England. It is therefore of interest to consider the circumstances of that large production. A vast plain of most fertile heavy red soil, 30 miles in diameter, stretches alongside the mighty Murray, encircled by that river, by the River Ovens, and by a chain of mountains, the Barrambogies. The main Australian artery, the road from Melbourne to Sydney, passes through the middle, and before agriculture was much thought of, 3 or 4 groups of rich quartz reefs had assembled on it a well-to-do population of miners. In that plain, where nature had not put a single hindrance to cultivation, 500,000 of acres were suddenly offered for selection. A host of strong, steady and intelligent men took possession of it. Houses and farms appeared as by magic. Long lines of fencing seemed as if spun in a night, like the cobwebs of the spiders on the eve of rain. A few years more, and endless fields of wheat and oats, plantations of tobacco, orchards with oranges, citrons and lemons, and lastly vines, had replaced the native grass. As to the grapes, they had been planted as a speculation, mostly by English, Scotch and Irish farmers, ignorant of the manufacture of wine, who had been prompted to venture into it on the representation of the fitness of their country. When wine was produced, it was found too strong for daily consumption in that warm region. As there was no outside market, and as the railway was not constructed, a reaction took place. Shortly before the Melbourne exhibition, one of the large vineyards of the district, held by a syndicate, was sold for the bare value of the land. At the same time, close to the mining township of Rutherglen, in a small enclosure alongside a broad track of overturned soil, which marked an exhausted seam of gold, a middle-aged German bachelor, half a man of letters and a thorough man of vines, cultivated a vineyard of 6 acres. He was a kind of recluse, worked alone his ground, and accumulated his crops. His casks were his friends, and only now and then, if pressed by his modest wants, he parted with any. When the demand for Australian wine revived in Melbourne, an innkeeper, his neighbour, took samples from him to a city merchant. Struck with their quality, and being told that to obtain these wines he had to find the maker in a selling mood, the merchant arrived with a round sum to tempt him into a contract, to which the figures only were wanting. Our wine-grower's cellar was a most primitive one, a wooden structure, covered with bark, stocked only with French hogsheads. 120 of them contained about 7,000 gallons of wine, the produce of his 6 acres during 3 years, stored next to his room so that he could watch over them. And truly valuable casks they were, being worth nearly 5 shillings per gallon. £1,680 was paid him. The news of that sale spread like wildfire in the district. It was no longer speculation. The little shed, the small green vineyard, which everyone saw now glorified at the entrance of the township, had revealed the future. But it rested not there. 6 months after, it became known that the 7,000 gallons of the German were resold in Melbourne in one single day at auction, in small casks of 30 gallons each, and that the enterprising purchaser had doubled his money. Then other wine merchants appeared in the district, in quest of similar wines, ready to pay similar prices. Trenching ground and planting began in earnest again, and in 4 years the number of acres under vines in the shire of Rutherglen alone increased from 700 acres, reported by the statistics of 1881, to about 3,500 at the present time. Chapter 12. Things which may happen. The enterprise of a few may fail, but when the vine is planted by thousands of people, when every homestead has its vineyard, the industry may be considered as established. In the shire of Rutherglen, there are now 5 wine growers cultivating an average of 200 acres each, and 147 farmers, an average of 12 acres. The population of the shire, exclusive of the town, is about 2,000 inhabitants. They produce, out of their 3,000 acres in full bearing, counting only 250 gallons to the acre, 750,000 gallons of wine per annum, an average of 375 gallons per head. This will increase considerably every year. The cost of wine growing is so moderate in those favoured warm countries that the industry must succeed there. Whether this is to happen in a very near or in a remote future depends upon the directions given to these populations. As we said before, the London Exhibition of 1886 is to be the great educational event for Australian growers. Australia's wines are, we are told, to be served at the meals of the people of England, at the restaurants of the exhibition, and also retailed at the bars set apart for that purpose in the fairy gardens of Kensington, where scores of thousands of people, happy people, lounge and enjoy themselves whilst they gain information. This time it is not a show of single bottles, a tasting of specialities, a competition of samples. This is a general inquiry, a plain question: can Australia supply the good alimentary wines that men of all countries demand nowadays, and which commerce can transport to and from every corner of the globe? And now I am on the threshold of my troubles. On the one side, we, the Australian growers, stand full of faith, of love, of pride in the product of our vines, of confidence in our skill, and ready to resist any aspersions. And on the other hand, there is a great and decisive trial coming on, where we are called to exhibit ourselves before a world of critics. But what if we are not sufficiently prepared for the ordeal? If, like a rustic cousin invited to the feast of a distinguished kinsman, we are sent back to learn manners? Would not poor Australia's fortune, even though she possesses so many qualities, be retarded for years? It is the feeling of this danger which prompts me to put all timidity, all considerations, all vergogne aside, to risk all displeasure, and to talk, at least to try to talk, of our vines as if I were some absolute stranger. If we be in every way successful in London, what will have been written here will matter very little, but if we are blamed in some points, and if I have succeeded in explaining beforehand the circumstances of our position, my labour, for it is not an easy task, will not have been in vain. We have just seen that the produce of the Rutherglen district was nearly 400 gallons per inhabitant, an enormous proportion, the more so as they do not, at least did not, drink wine there. 3 years ago I paid a visit to that district. Cordially received, I could not believe my senses when, in some of the largest vineyards, English ale, Scotch whisky, and French brandy were offered me by their proprietors. They had scores of thousands of gallons of wine in their large cellars a little way off, and not a single bottle in their houses. "We do not drink wine," they told me. Again, on another occasion, at an agricultural show banquet, which collected in the evening some 60 or more of the principal people of the shire, almost all of them wine growers, tea was mostly drunk. During the day we had been judging wines, certainly some hundreds of samples, a display showing the importance of the industry. Among these, alongside an unfortunate quantity of sweet and strong ones, there were a number of perfect wines, clean, straight, droit, fit to be drunk at any meal. I asked one of the stewards of the banquet, who had been there in charge of the exhibits during the day, to let me have a bottle of one of these wines, and I enjoyed my dinner. Only a few joined in drinking wine during our meal. This state of things, preponderant production of wines too strong for ordinary consumption, is due in great measure to the influence of a certain commerce which asks for a high degree of alcoholic strength in wine at a minimum of price, in order to effect manipulations afterwards. Alcohol is the virtue, or rather the vice, which the growers are advised to secure. Thus influenced, even in their local exhibitions, the vignerons who organize them, forgetful of past lessons and indulging in self-glorification, instead of favouring clean dry wines as light as their climate can produce, adjudicates the greatest number of prizes to what their list of awards calls sweet full-bodied red and sweet full-bodied white, abomination of desolation. What will it serve them to fill their cellars with undrinkable wines, even if for a short time? Wine sellers and grocers are ready to give a larger price for sweet and strong, which the prosperous Australian middle classes only prefer until they are educated to lighter wines. That consumption is limited, and that market soon glutted. The trade in wine must, within the 10 years that are to come, undergo as great a change as that of meat, of flour, or wool have suffered during the past 10. 2 kinds of wines must disappear from the markets of the countries which do not grow the vine, the spurious strong one and the weak mixtures. How wonderful the ways of Providence! Just at the time when wine, like the other primary necessaries of life, is to be reduced in price for the comfort of the millions of men, a sudden improvement in its manufacture is prepared, and this by the most unexpected agent, by the scourge of the vine itself, the phylloxera. Hitherto, France has had almost the monopoly of the science of wine-making. Suddenly, the terrible aphis appears. Her vintages in 5 years are reduced from an average of 1,300 millions of gallons to an annual production of 800 millions. Up to the apparition of the phylloxera, she imported only about 500,000 of gallons of exotic wines. Since the invasion in 1884, her importations have been 178 millions of gallons from Spain, Portugal, Italy and Hungary. Even from John Bull's Vineyard, the Cape of Good Hope, they are sending now ordinary wines to Marseille. France, during 1884, paid nearly 10 millions sterling for the wine she bought from these countries. The result of the concentration in France of the viticole production of Europe, of the wines which supply the international traffic of the universal market, is a great impulse given to viticulture in all countries. At first France took from her neighbours anything that had strength and colour, but after a year or two she required well-made wines, and discrimination arose. She became not only the precious client of the nations waking up to wealth by her wants, but by her agents visiting their vineyards and directing their vignerons. She advanced the propagation of proper manufacture. At the same time that she poured her treasures upon the foreign growers, she forced on them the adoption of the best modes of wine-making. France is the benefactor, yet it is doubtful if the emancipated nations will remain tributary to their teacher. When they will produce uniformly the fine and good wines perfectly neutral, viz., without sugar, rich in alcohol and colour, which they are now taught to grow, why should these perfect wines go to Sète to receive other certificates of origin, and be handicapped by extra freights and artificial manipulation? Sète alone during 1881 has received from Spain only over 27 millions of gallons of wine. No doubt the geographical situation counts for much in this case, but in another 10 years, when freight will be still lower, vessels still larger will transport well-made wines direct from Asia Minor, from Greece, from America, from Australia. Will not the commerce of wine be profoundly altered? Victoria will be amongst the first, ready for that supply. All her northern territory between the River Murray and the dividing ranges can produce the fine and good wines, perfectly neutral, full of flavour, savoureux, rich in colour, which are recognized as the basis of alimentary wines. It is only a matter of proper manufacture. Chapter 13. Cagnapella. A few weeks ago, on an early winter's morning, I was leaving the Echuca with a wine grower of the Murray, Mr. Fulton, bound for a visit to his vineyard about 18 miles from that town. There is nothing more beautiful than a winter's day in the north of Victoria. The sun is so brilliant, the air so bracing and pure, the colour of everything in nature so exquisitely fine. You feel your lungs enlarged, joy in your breast, and your eyes are at a constant feast. As we rolled away noiselessly along the sandy road, in a light buggy drawn by a pair of swift horses, we were discussing topics of mutual interest, cultivation and vinification. I had just written my 2 previous chapters on fermentation. An estimable man, Mr. James Smith, well known in Melbourne, and who, as Commissioner of Victoria at the Universal Wine Exhibition of Bordeaux in 1882, had brought back from France and Italy the best books on wine and vines he could procure, had lent me quite a viticole library. I had read these books eagerly, 2 Italian works especially, one, Il Vino by Gaetano Cantoni, published in 1882, a charmingly written book. The other, a splendid and complete Theory and Practice of Viticulture by Polacci, published in Milan in 1883, under the auspices of the Italian government. I was glad to find that Pasteur's experiment on the bloom of the grape was not mentioned anywhere, for I had grown fond and proud of my claim of calling attention to his discovery for the practical operations of winemaking. To me, his theory explained not only the fermentation of the must, but also the respective value of different kinds of grapes, the action of the weather and rain on the fruit, the advantage of keeping the stalks in the must, etc., etc. Even more, outside of the domain of the grape, I began to see bloom in everything. Is not all in this world a question of proper fermentation, and is it not the bloom which decides for our happiness or for our misery? Happiness if we discover it and save it, misery if we allow it to be washed off or destroyed. We halted on our way at Cagnapella, an inn kept by an old Württemberger named Gottlieb Eiseli. His wife was an Englishwoman from Kent, a model of activity, of order and tidiness. Nearly 60 years of age, tall and thin, her features retained a real ensemble of beauty, even of distinction. Within a few miles, she had 2 sons, free selectors with handsome farms, and a daughter married a little way off. Her youngest child, a lad of 16, was the only one living at home. A few years before I had been there and admired their wines, the perfection of which I had then attributed to their practice of leaving their must after vintage long undisturbed. This time the old man was very ill in his room, and had been so for some months. "Oh, sir," said his wife, "I'm afraid our last vintage will be all spoiled. Eiseli is so jealous of his new wines. He made us promise not to touch them, and since the day they were put into casks, they have neither been filled nor racked off." With some difficulty we persuaded the old man to give his key to his wife, and to allow her to show us the last-made wines. We were in September, therefore 6 months after the Australian vintage. A dozen casks of 300 gallons each were there. The bungs were surrounded with clay to prevent air from entering them, a useless precaution, as there was ullage in all, in some as much as 2 feet. We began with white wines. When the young son who came with his mother and us let the wine, drawn from the cask with a tin tube, fall into a tumbler, it was brilliant liquid amber. As to the taste, it was a perfect unity of aromas, free from sugar, from alcoholic smell, a rich wine, but sound, soft and mellow like fresh milk. We passed to the red wines, the most interesting, for the red is the true alimentary wine, that which contains all restorative elements. We chose a cask in which there was at least a foot of vacuum. The wine was perfect, brilliant, sound, again free from any sweetness, rich in aroma, full and vigorous, but not strong, just like the best Valtellina wine which you may have met with in the Griton and in Tyrol. I took a sample from one of the casks of new red wine to have its alcoholic strength tested in Melbourne. We tried one cask after another. They were all equally good. There were wines of 3 different years, all perfectly sound, and this to my great wonder, for some of these casks of 300 gallons capacity had only a foot of wine in them. These were the bank of the owners, on which they drew, through the tap, when customers wanted a few gallons of their wines. Anxious to ascertain exactly the mode of fermentation employed for the manufacture of these truly remarkable wines, I asked the good old woman to show me their presses and appliances. The cellar was excavated in the ground, as at Great Western, in the solid yellow clay, and also without any walls being necessary to prevent it from falling in. At the back of the wooden shed which covered it, there was a skillion containing a few large tubs, an open vat capable of holding 400 gallons, and one solitary wooden press with an iron screw. "You see," the good mother explained, "when we make our vintage we are a few hands only. My grandchildren pick the grapes, and my old man, myself, and the sons make the wine. The grapes are mashed into these tubs, which are emptied into our vat. When the vat is full, we leave it just to give the first bubble of strong fermentation to get a good colour, sometimes 1 day and sometimes 2, and we empty gradually the vat on the press. As the press is so small, it takes 2 or 3 times to do it, but we press very hard. We move and cut the mark several times, and we lose no juice. We put all the juice in the same cask below, and we never fill up until we rack off. The cask you have taken a sample from was never disturbed since the day the must was put into it. Their white wines were made in the same manner, except the sojourn in the vat, unnecessary since colour was not wanted. The mark put on the press in successive small quantities was pressed until nothing but dry skins and stalks remained, which were given to their pigs. This is all repetition, but if, after the perusal of this little book, a reader perfectly ignorant of viticulture can see through the complicated theories of wine-making, if he can, all becoming gradually intelligible to him, realize when sipping his wine, whether it was well or badly made, the result is worth the loss of time. We continued our journey and arrived at Mr. Fulton's vineyard, a well-kept establishment in a lovely situation, a hill of 40 acres of vines, 3 parts surrounded by a broad and blue lagoon. There I found a cellar full of excellent wines. The practice was complete fermentation in the vats, the plants being proportionate to the production. Longer fermentation than in former days had already been adopted by the proprietor. Out of a large cask, the wine of which had fermented 20 days, we took a bottle of fine red wine to have its strength tested alongside of that which we had taken at old Isol's a few hours before. End of Part 5. Part 6 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Pasteur's Experiment. mentioned in a lecture before the London Society of Arts in 1879. My reader will remember that Pasteur's discovery had been communicated to us by an English brewer who had come to Australia with Pasteur's book on beer. We had only the loan of that book for a day or two, but the experiment was fixed in my memory, and I had communicated to a friend, Mr. Cosmo Newbery, C.M.G., the analytical chemist of the Victorian government. My surprise at not finding a mention of this experiment in any book on wine made me desire to see Pasteur's study on the beer again. I went with Mr. Newbery to the public library. To my dismay, we could not find the identical book we both had seen before. Numerous other works did not mention the experiment, and I began to feel as if I had dreamt the whole. "Here you are," said Mr. Newbery, who, familiar with the subject, had searched in other quarters for the mention of the discovery, and he handed me the following out of Dr. Graham Cantor's lectures before the Society of Arts, 15th December 1879. If you take an ordinary grape, well grown in the south of Europe, you will find a beautiful bloom upon it. That bloom partly consists of minute organisms and dust that has fallen on the skins of the grape. Now, Pasteur proved it was that dust adhering to the outside of the grape that sets up fermentation in the expressed juice of the grape. He so arranged his experiment that he could take from the inside of the berry a part of the juice without any trace of the dust on the skin coming in contact with it. And with proper means taken to prevent any dust coming in contact with the juice, this juice would not ferment. On the other hand, when he took a small portion of the dust on the skin of the grape and added it to the juice from the interior of the grapes, he got vinous fermentation. I went home comforted. Not only had I not dreamt it, but this admirable experiment, unnoticed in so many wine books, had been mentioned in scientific circles in England. Had John Bull's vineyards been near, instead of in Australia and at the Cape, the application would have been made long since. The book on wine by Polacci, a most complete and excellent work in octavo, of 659 pages, illustrated, a fourth edition dated 1883, mentions at great length Pasteur's microscopic discoveries of the diseases of the vine. About his experiment of 1878, so clear, so tangible to the ordinary vigneron, not a word. Polacci summarizes thus a dissertation on the origin of the ferment. Air is the vehicle of the ferment, which for the greatest part, yet in germ, finds in must a ground in which it can take birth, nascere, live, develop, and reproduce itself, reprodursi. Perhaps I should leave alone questions beyond a common observer, and avoid bringing a hornet's nest about my head, but is the word reprodursi right? Since the ferment is composed of minute organisms first floating in the air, next deposited on the grape, can these reproduce themselves in the must without air, like phylloxera in the ground? Nature, perfect in everything, deposits probably on the skin of each individual berry a quantity of germs sufficient to transform its contents into wine. When they have done their function, these organisms must die. If they were to multiply in the liquid mass of the must, as long as there is saccharine matter, would not all wines be equally well made? Is it not because they do not reproduce themselves and cannot be introduced in the must without an atmospheric circumstance, that there are well-constituted and badly constituted wines, according as to how these organisms have been saved or introduced, how, once developed, they have been left undisturbed to complete their work? On account of the necessity of a proper proportion between the fermentability of the must and its richness in sugar, it is all important for the vigneron in warm Australia to gather his fruit when the balance is best established, when the grapes are in full bloom and not overripe. A production of sugar which destroys that proportion leaves the wine sweet. Chapter 15. Mr. Cosbo Newberry's application of Pasteur's discovery. Raw fruit enters Victoria free. Jam pays a duty. A jam-making firm of Tasmania exported large quantities of plums to Melbourne. The difficulty was that raw fruit could not be carried without being spoiled by fermentation during the voyage, and on boiled fruit there was the duty. They consulted Mr. Newberry on the subject. He suggested killing the bloom, the ferment, by immersion in sulphurous gas. It was a complete success, so much so that the custom officers, when barrels of plums thus treated arrived without any trace of fermentation, demanded the duty on jam, and were only with some difficulty brought to let them enter as raw fruit. The process of this preservation is very simple. A little powder of sulphur put in a tube is set fire to, and the fumes are conveyed by a pipe in the fruit barrel, full of water. Or a solution of sulphurous acid may be used, and water sufficiently impregnated with it poured upon the fruit. Peaches, apricots, apples, and plums, placed in jars filled with sulphurous water, can be kept as firm and as fresh as at the time they were picked from the tree. Not for eating raw, for the sulphurous acid penetrates into the fruit itself, but for eating when cooked or for jam making. The sulphurous acid evaporates by boiling, leaving behind no traces whatever. Stewed peaches, baked apples, with all their size and fragrance, can be obtained at all seasons by this simple way of preserving. At a cost of a few pence only, a housekeeper can keep fruit in a store until wanted. To the jam manufacturer, the grand advantage of this process is that it enables him to choose his own time to make his preserves. The fruit season is short. If the fruit has to be used immediately, men and plant must be procured on an extensive scale. If it can be kept for any length of time, instead of hiring 20 men for 3 months and closing his establishment for the rest of the year, the manufacturer need only employ 3 or 4 hands permanently, better trained, and work at his leisure. Truly, there is nothing new under the sun. In continuing his researches, Mr. Newberry found that he was going over very old ground, that long ago, before jam-making became an industry, the good old housewife filled her jars with the fumes of burning sulphur, and then put in her gooseberries to keep for the winter. But we are in the age of progress. He hopes to improve the housekeeper's process to such an extent that he may send fresh Australian fruit for the table to the coming exhibition in London. Chapter 16. Italian Methods. To give to my English reader an idea of the confusion of practices propounded to the vigneron, of the vagueness of the theories on wine-making adopted even in great wine countries, consequently, to place before him the difficulties which have beset the grower in Australia, I will now translate a short chapter on white wine-making from the recent book of Cantoni, Milan, 1882. This book was given to Mr. James Smith in Italy as one of the best authorities on viticulture. It is excellent on many points, but on the subject of fermentation of white grapes, it is truly surprising. I give the chapter in full. White wines. The white table wines are manufactured by pressing the grapes on the wine press, and by fermenting only the liquid part in the casks. Sometimes the stalks are taken off, the berries are crushed and left to ferment with the juice. Sometimes, besides the berries, 1/2 of the stalks is left. At other times, the white grapes are treated in the same manner as the red. White wines are also made from red grapes, lightly crushed and compressed. In every one of these cases, the wine takes different characters. In the first case, the liquid, being extracted by pressure, is put in middle-sized casks, which are filled almost entirely. After 24 or 36 hours, a movement of fermentation takes place, which augments the mass of the liquid, and finishes not only by filling all the space in the cask, but overflows through the bunghole at the top. That which overflows is a viscous scum, composed of ferment, composta da fermento, and of gummy and mucilaginous matter expelled from the cask by the carbonic acid resulting from fermentation. From that moment it is necessary to keep filling the casks so that the scum does not fall to the bottom, instead of being disgorged through the bunghole as we said. The fermentation lasts from 15 to 20 days, the shorter as the grapes are richer in sugar, riuscendo tanto più breve quanto più zuccherine siano le uve, and the temperature higher. The wine is then drawn off into other casks entirely filled, but the bunghole is not hermetically closed, or it is closed with an hydraulic bung, to allow the rest of the carbonic acid produced by the slow fermentation which follows to escape. In spring the wine is perfectly clear, and can be drawn off into other casks or bottled in bottiglie. That wine remains richer in gummy and mucilaginous matters than in alcohol, in acids, and in astringent matters, because the action of the press does not extract the inside of the berries, whilst the greater part of the glucose and of the colouring, astringent and extractive matters remain in the solid part of the marc. For this reason, these wines become early insipid and viscous. They become fatty, filano, and keep a short time. The marc resulting from such pressing can be used with some advantage to make small wine, vinello, or white wine alla petio, sugar and water added to marc, when it is not considered better to add it to fresh must of red grapes, especially in less favourable years. The white wines made from grapes from which the stalks are eliminated, and which are made to ferment with the berries, become of a yellow amber colour. They are more alcoholic, also more aromatic, and keep better than those made by the first method. The addition of about half the stalks causes the wine to be not so soon fit to drink, but it keeps better. By treating the white grapes as the red ones, the wine loses a little of the delicacy sought in white wines, but keeps much better. In France, the best white wines are made from a slight pressure of red grapes. The colour is entirely taken off by repeated sulphuring at each racking off. They do not turn fatty and keep better than those of white grapes. For the white wines which get fatty, aeration is advisable, with the addition of 6 or 7 grams per hectolitre, 22 gallons, of a solution of 200 grams of tannin in 1 litre of alcohol at 95 degrees. The acid dissolves the gum and mucilage, and also precipitates a portion of the albuminous matter. This is all that is said about the making of white wines. Is it not surprising that a book published 4 years ago, in a great wine country such as Italy, a country eager to propagate the best theories, considering the millions of money the wine brings to her lands, should be so far behind times? Cantoni's book contains on other subjects many excellent records, much valuable information and good directions, but as to the manufacture of white wines, a vigneron who follows him can only fall from one danger into another. He quotes the special pressing adopted in France for making sparkling champagne, as if it were applied to the best non-sparkling white wines, as if there were no wines of Sauternes, of Bassac, of Meursault, of Condrieu. In describing the method most generally used in Italy, the first mentioned in his chapter, he declares that the result of that manipulation is bad, but he does not give directions to improve it. The practices he indicates are all faulty. He says that the scum ejects some ferment. Why should the ferment be allowed to be ejected when it is so precious? Later on he says that, by the rapid pressure on the press, the greater part of the glucose and other useful matters remain in the refuse, the marc. Why does he not advise proper means to secure them for the must? The constant filling up which he indicates as necessary is certainly injurious. In a northern European country, where the must is so poor in sugar that there is only one step between alcoholic fermentation and acetification, a grower may be tempted to keep filling his casks. But in warm countries, the carbonic gas, so abundant, acts like a thick coat of oil, which prevents any danger of alteration, so long as any fermentation goes on. Constant filling up disturbs that fermentation, and an exaggerated disgorging robs the wine in every way, even in aromas. Some years ago, having tried this system of disgorging, we collected the scum from several casks into one small vessel. It was must from Riesling grapes, a particularly delicately flavoured kind, that which gives the wines of the Rhine. For some days the liquid resulting from the subsiding of that scum had quite a perceptible bouquet, similar to the scent of the flowers of the grapes in spring. As there was no strength in that liquid, it turned putrid a few days afterwards, and had to be thrown away. But if these aromas had been left in the must, they would have been preserved by the natural alcohol of the wine. Our Italian author says, "The marc resulting from the pressing by the first method can be utilized to make small wine, vinello, sugar wine, alla pétillote, etc., etc." What precepts! It amounts to wilfully separating the elements which nature intended to make one perfect wine, so as to make, by 3 separate manipulations, 3 bad products. First a wine without virtue, next some piquette, lastly wine made of water and sugar. These are miserable resources for the utilization of the spoiled gifts of Providence. The chapter translated concludes by recommending as a remedy a solution of tannin, nut gall generally. Again and again, let us say that nature has put in the grape itself all that is wanted, if we only find out how to obey her laws. Chapter 17. La Graisse. In the short Italian article just translated, fattiness in the wine, la graisse, is mentioned 3 times. It is a disease common to poor wines only, to those made from musts badly constituted, or in cold countries where the vintage has often to be gathered before the grapes are ripe. The wines suffering from that malady become slimy and thick. When poured out, they fall in a long continuous streak like oil. The French call them gras et filons, the English say ropy, the Italians say of them filano. In all cases this alteration is due to the poverty of the must, either resulting from the vigneron's fault, or from causes over which he has no control, the inclemencies of the season. Formerly this disease was very common in wines intended for champagne making, as Pinot Noir, a red grape, is the basis of the finest champagnes. To avoid a red tint in the must, it is necessary, when it is squeezed, to effect a lesser pressure than with ordinary white grapes. The wines thus prepared are deficient from the first. 50 years ago, M. François, a chemist of Chalons, discovered that an addition of tannin was an absolute remedy of this malady. In Champagne, since the use of tannin, the disease of la graisse only subsists as a remembrance of ancient disasters. For this special manufacture, for the delicate art of champagne making, which requires great skill or encounters heavy losses, M. François' discovery was a national benefit. But should it be necessary for ordinary white wines, in a warm country like Italy, where the grapes ripen to perfection, and contain always all the elements necessary to constitute good musts? The Count Odard, the first of the French enologists, the greatest observer of vines and wines, has laid down the following axiom: "Well-made wines are never sick. Les vins bien faits ne sont jamais malades." This is absolutely true. The Count Odard was the perfect wine-grower. His whole life was spent in studying and recording facts. In his numerous books he opposed them to many haphazard theories. A capable judge of scientific questions, he was a pupil of the Polytechnic School of Paris. He was, as a landed proprietor, a wine-grower, and a man of the world, an admirer of pure good wines only. As he died before Pasteur's greatest discoveries, it was not given him to witness the last advance of the chemistry of the wine. In any case, he may be pardoned for his sarcasms and irony at the application of that science to counterfeit products which have been in such vogue, first at the time of the invasion of the oidium, and again since then of the phylloxera. We hear so much nowadays of the vin du sucre, the substitute for real wine, that a short exposé of the manufacture à la Petiot will not be out of place. End of Part 6. Part 7 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Vin de sucre. Maquet, a French chemist, made in 1776 the first recorded experience of adding sugar to must. To render it more conclusive, he took absolutely unripe grapes and dosed the juice with sugar until he obtained the proportion of glucose of a must of good year. Normal fermentation followed, and after the usual winter's rest, in March he found the liquid clear and bottled it. In October, when the wine was just 1 year old, Maquet tasted it and found it, he says, made clear, even brilliant, pleasant to the taste, such, in a word, as a good vineyard can produce in a good year. The Count Odar, in commenting upon this experiment, ridicules these expressions, yet the satisfaction of the chemist can be sympathized with. His fine experience remains a boon for the vignerons in bad years and in bad countries. It is now of great benefit for the populations of all the lands where the new diseases of the grape have caused pure wine to be beyond the purchasing power of all but the rich. Maquet's experiment remained without practical application for nearly 80 years. Commerce was slow, even when revolutions and wars were not the principal occupation of the people, and wine was abundant. Suddenly the oidium appears, the take-all of the grape. From 1840 to 1850, an average crop in France had been 880 millions of gallons. It was reduced in 1854, 5 years after the invasion of the oidium, to 1/4, to 220 millions. The scarcity of wine brought a wine merchant of Chamiret in Burgundy, M. A. Petiot, to take up again and enlarge upon Maquet's experiment. Starting from the fact that out of 100 parts of the weight of the juice of a well-ripe grape, there are 80 parts of water, 19 parts of sugar, and 1 part only of tartar, tannin, colouring matter, rosin, and oil combined, that after the must is made into wine and racked off, except the tartar which is much diminished, the rest of the solid matters are left in considerable portion in the mark. He conceived the happy thought of replacing the wine just run off by an equal quantity of water and sugar as contained before, this to ferment again on the mark of the first wine. In 1854, with a quantity of grapes which, by ordinary process, would have yielded him 1,300 gallons of wine, by 5 successive additions of sugar and water to the same mark, he made over 6,000 gallons. Satisfied with the result, wine was so scarce, Mr. Petiot in the following year operated on a large scale. He made 66,000 gallons of his mixtures. I varied my operations, he says, and upon certain vattings, cuvées, I renewed the addition of sugared water up to 9 times. As an artist grows fond of his pictures, so did Petiot of his products. He extols the results in every way. Here is what he says about taste and bouquet. The wine made with sugar and water is less acid, more vinous, more soft, more tempting to drink. It has more bouquet than natural wine. In one word, it is positively better. En un mot, il est positivement meilleur. How fortunate! After this, is it surprising that the Count Odar sneered at chemistry? For him, as for all vignerons, our plantations are our laboratory. We are jealous of our natural products, and we cannot believe that what costs us so much care and so much anxiety can be easily produced. At all events, when sulphur was found to be the cure for oidium, and when, 3 years after its general application, the French vintages rose again in 1858 to 1,000 millions of gallons, and continued to increase to 1,800 millions of gallons in 1885, very little of Petiot's method was heard of. Since the phylloxera, no doubt the practice is resumed. It is again a great source for supplying wine to the poorer classes. However, if you stay at Dijon or Bordeaux, a friend will not treat you to vin de sucre. How does my dissertation on the bloom of the grape stand before the fact that M. Petiot makes 9 wines, 9 fermentations, with the same skins, which have no bloom after the first operation? Allow me to venture an explanation. The bloom is necessary in the making of natural wine, because the juice of the grape, kept inside the berry from contact with air, contains, as Pasteur proved, no ferment. In this case, contact with air and immersion of the ferment deposited on the waxy skin of the grape are necessary to render pure must fermentable. In Petiot's manufacture, each parcel of crystallized sugar has absorbed some ferment from the air, and is, as it were, covered with some bloom. The water added is also full of air, which my dictionary of science tells me contains more oxygen than the atmosphere. These ferments only require a field to develop themselves. They find it in the mark in the skins of the grapes, etc., which form about 1/6 of a vatting, cuvée, a mass containing the tannin, the acids, the colouring and aromatic matters, etc., all left in the vat in considerable quantities after the wine is racked off. When to that mark an artificial must is added, full of air ferments, of bloom again, may not these ferments, brought in contact with the tannin, acids, and other matters now exhausted by the first fermentation, develop with the help of these matters the new fermentation? As to the bouquet, that it could be more delicate in the subsequent wines than in the first, à d'autres, we believe in the maxim of Brillat-Savarin, un plat réchauffé ne valut jamais rien. Chapter 19. Yarra Vineyards. From the most distinguished men who have come to study on the spot the expansion of the colonies, down to the humblest globe-trotter, almost all the travellers to Australia have visited the district of the Upper Yarra, enjoyed the coolness of its fern-tree gullies, and beheld the gigantic eucalypti of the mountain forests. Most of them, passing by, have seen the vineyards of Yering, Yeringberg, and St. Hubert's. Many have honoured them with their presence. The wines of that district are noted in Australia for their lightness and even delicacy. The climatic influence under which they are grown is therefore worthy of notice. Thousands of acres in the southern portion of Victoria may produce at some future time wines of a similar character. About 30 miles from Melbourne, a basin of some 20,000 acres lies, surrounded by the dividing ranges on the north and east, by the Plenty Ranges on the west, and by the Dandenong Mountain and its spurs on the south. Hills after hills seem as if they had tumbled down from this last mountain, invaded the valley from the open end, and stopped just sufficiently far away from the winding Yarra to display a succession of most romantic landscapes. On the border of the rich meadows through which the river meanders, 3 of these rounded hills, 2 miles from each other, stand, each crowned with one of the above-named vineyards. Nature has intended them for the cultivation of the grape. The soil is perfection, abundantly productive, but light and of grey colour on heavy clay subsoil. Every acre planted in vines is on the incline, facing the rising, the midday or the evening sun. As to climate, the moisture supplied by the broad plains, which cools down the nights during the hot season and frees the locality from frost in spring, renders it particularly favourable. Spring frosts, the ruin of the wine-growers, only take place in clear weather, generally on mornings following fine days. Whenever there is a danger for the morrow, about sundown, when the chill of the night spreads out, the plains of the Yarra send up a thick fog which saves the vineyards. St. Hubert's is just in the centre of the basin I described. The hill it occupies slopes down on all sides from the habitations and other buildings, which, like a small village, stand on a plateau of 40 acres, dotted with grass plots and clumps of pines. The vineyard, 1 mile in length by nearly a half-mile in breadth, covers all the ground between the houses and the plain. How beautiful the view from the veranda by bright moonlight, when the thought of frost takes us out late in the night, to observe the cloudless sky strewed with brilliant stars, and to calculate where the moon will be in the early morn, experience or superstition causing the vigneron to fear the morning frost the more if the moon be high up in the sky. By midnight the plain is entirely covered up by a dense fog, lying flat on the ground like a sheet of water, a silver lake, out of which the tall gum trees and the dark clusters of mimosas, marking the course of the Yarra, emerge in solemn silence. Not a sound in the broad expanse. Beyond the winding river, the low undulating hills rise one tier after another, distinguished from each other by lighter shades of bistre. And beyond these, still further and still higher, the real ranges, Mount Juliet and Mount Munda, with distant domes between, are softly delineated in pale azure on the hazy depth of the radiant sky. How grateful we feel to be able to enjoy the sharp atmosphere, to admire this motionless spectacle. It is not freezing yet, but it might in a few hours, and still we need not rouse our men from their sleep to light fires of damp straw amongst the vines, so as to cover them with a mantle of smoke, as would be done in other spots. The protective fog is rising. The silver cloud is slowly creeping up the slope of the hill. Before the dawn of day, the dense vapour will have enveloped the vineyard, to remain until dried up by the rays of the morning sun, when all danger will have been past. During 20 years, only once, on the highest part of the hill where a breeze blew off the friendly cloud, were about 10 acres of vines frozen. This fog is not only precious to protect the tender shoots from frost in spring, it contributes to the good quality of the grapes at vintage time. During the cool nights of autumn, which usually follow every warm day, the fog rises from the valley and covers the hills alongside. The temperate moisture ensures to the must the lightness so peculiar to the Yarra wines. Had it not been so, had not the wines of these vineyards reminded the 3 foreign friends who planted them of the good wines of France they had met with in their younger days, they would not have fought so long, some of them to their sorrow, the hard battle of the pure light wines against a population of beer and spirit drinkers. We did not anticipate when we began our plantations the difficulties of all kinds which were awaiting us. Vines in cool districts develop and bear fruit much later than they do in warm climates, such as that of Rutherglen and other localities I have described. It took us, in the valley of the Yarra, fully 4 years before we got a real crop. Then, without speaking of our numerous mistakes, even with our most successful wines, we had long to wait before we could dispose of them. During that time, cellars had to be built, casks to be purchased, wine presses, etc. to be procured. When the crops arrived, each larger than the preceding, as there was no possibility of getting rid of any considerable quantity of wine, more cellars had to be built, more casks purchased, more men employed. Heavy was the total of expenses at the end of the first 10 years, and then came the worst. To the vine-grower's enterprise, each of us had to add that of the wine merchant, a difficult and ungrateful occupation to a country resident. Fashion, that tyrannical invention which sets upon pinnacles what is anointed with costliness or fame, rules the drinking of most of the Britons. The higher the price of a foreign bottle, bearing a sounding name, the more some clients are pleased. As wine grown in the colonies is not a fashionable beverage, no matter what its quality or its age may be, it is not considered worth more than the general price of its genus, a price fixed like that of patties, the same for all vintages. Men in the highest positions of Australia consume at present considerable quantities of the colonial wines, but only en famille and with intimate friends. The day when age and quality in an Australian wine will be acknowledged as noblesse, worth a price and justifying a host in offering it to his guests, on that day the wine industry will be established in the colonies. Until then it will languish, swamped by expenses and debarred from the greatest incitement to excellence. Higher pay according to higher merit, a reward without which, even if John Bull's vineyards could produce wines equal to the first in the world, they will remain unprofitable, unknown, hidden treasures. At any good table in wine countries, the butler passes behind you holding a different wine in each hand, and whispering in your ear the name of the cru and the date of the vintage, to give you your choice between them. Is it not thus reputations were started, how, from house to house, they were established? If, in wine-growing Australia, it became customary for the butler to pass behind the guests, offering alternate Australian vintages, besides the obligatory champagne, to compare, for example, the famous Hunter River wines of New South Wales with some Victorian Bon Cru, would this not be of sufficient interest to excuse the novelty? As a rule, those who have acknowledged the good qualities of our native wines, even when these were comparatively young, those who have expressed unqualified approbation when they met them matured, have been men of weight, by position, by talent and travel. It is in the best clubs of the various colonies that Australian wines have found their warmest advocates. The Peninsular and the Orient steamers, amongst others, take for each of their voyages a certain quantity of Victorian wines. The consumption of it depends principally upon the approval or otherwise of the leading men on board. The other day the Carthage arrived, bringing a distinguished company to Sydney, Lord Carrington and his suite. Perhaps it was patriotism, but at Suez the supply of Victorian wines was exhausted. Chapter 20. Exempli gratia. Do not accuse me of advertising, and have compassion. If I treat of John Bull's vineyards, I must depict the inner recesses and the shady sides. My plea is for an ill-treated industry, and if it is tedious to read, I may say truly that it is very difficult to write. A few anecdotes which may pass off more easily will bring their lessons with them. 2 men were dining together at a separate table in a great Melbourne club. One of the old members of that club, Joe P., now enjoying a princely fortune in Great Britain, a fast friend of Australian wine, whom all the old colonists will recognise here, and who will pardon me for telling tales in defence of the cause, passing by, eyed before these men a bottle of the ordinary claret of the house. "How can you drink that cheap claret?" he said, "whilst we have Victorian Sauvignon, 20 times better, which costs half the money." "Get along with your colonial wine," answered his friends. "We could not drink that sour stuff." "You are prejudiced," retorted J.P., "and I will prove it to you. I will get some of it, and we shall compare it, not only with the ordinary claret, but with our best Chateau Lafite." Footnote: Chateau Lafite produces annually about 200,000 bottles of wine, something like 550 bottles per diem, for the consumption of the whole world. How many of these can there be for Melbourne's share? End of footnote. He did not ring the bell. He went himself to the secretary, ordered that the contents of a bottle of Lafite should be poured into a bottle bearing the label of the Victorian Sauvignon, that a bottle of Sauvignon should be decanted into the emptied bottle of the Chateau Lafite, and he took his place at his friend's table. When the wines arrived, "I must confess," said one of the two, after tasting the bottle with the Australian label, "that for colonial wine this is a remarkably good wine." "I told you so," said J.P. "Do not you agree too?" addressing the other man. "Phew," said this one. "How can you compare this splendid wine with that sickly one?" pointing to the Australian label. and his friend, after some hesitation, having compared both, concurred. When half the bottle, really Victorian, but bearing the label of the Grand Cru, was consumed, "Ha ha ha," said J.P., "you are all the time praising and drinking the colonial wine. I got the contents of the bottles exchanged," and he left the room chuckling. "How was such a trick dared to be practised upon us?" inquired indignantly one of the two from the butler. "Gentlemen," answered the apologising individual, "Mr. P. ordered it, but it was not done, I assure you." Recomforted, the two finished the bottle, and joining J.P. in the billiard saloon, chaffed him about his abortive attempt. "By Jove," said J.P., "when I give an order and pay for it, I shall see why it is not executed," and he went to the secretary. The last laugh was on his side with a vengeance. The secretary had done the decanting himself. Another case. An importer of foreign wines, X, was discussing wine with a Victorian grower, and was expatiating complacently upon the superiority of the foreign article, the impossibility of instituting any comparison between the two, etc., etc. "Well," said the wine-grower, "I will send you a dozen of Hermitage, which I think equals many of your clarets. Taste it and tell me." "I tried your wine," said the importer, a few days later. "It is good, but it has an earthy flavour which you cannot get over. I cannot drink it." "Prejudice," said the poor vigneron. Shortly after, the latter met a friend in a train. "I must tell you something that will please you," said this one. "I was dining the other day at X's, 5 of us, amongst whom was N from London. As we left, we all praised the claret X gave us. 2 days after, X came to me and said, 'Old fellow, I must apologise for the claret I gave you.' 'Why so?' I answered. We all remarked what good claret it was. 'Fancy,' said X, 'it was not claret at all. It was so-and-so's Hermitage, and we never knew it, and I would not have found it out but for seeing by chance the empty bottles in my pantry, and asking my butler who drank that wine.' When the Victorian wine-grower met X again, he could not refrain from asking him in good humour, 'Well, where was the earthy taste in the 2 bottles you drank the other night as claret?' Men do not like to be wrong about wine. X is a very nice man, but for all that he seemed to bear a little rancour about that affair. The following will illustrate quite another feature. An esteemed friend of mine is a great patron of Victorian wines. Being an hospitable man, claret cup is an institution at his house in summer. 'What do you make your claret cup with?' inquired a frequent visitor. 'With ordinary claret, which costs me 36 shillings per dozen.' 'Why do you not make it with that excellent Sauvignon you have?' 'What? Do you think I would use that beautiful wine to make claret cup?' 'But it costs only 25 shillings per dozen.' 'Yes, but I kept it 3 years myself.' This is the secret. The wine is raised in value by age. Age is noblesse. End of Part 7. Part 8 of John Ball's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. About the names of Victorian wines and other matters. The Société Philomatique of Bordeaux organised in 1882 an universal exhibition of wine. Even young Australia was invited to attend. Her wine-growers answered the call eagerly. Victoria alone sent some hundreds of samples. Australian wines had been already made conspicuous in Paris, Vienna, and other exhibitions. England being the best client of Bordeaux, a great interest was taken in the products of her colonies, regarded vaguely as possible competitors. This especially, as European vineyards were already at the time invaded by phylloxera. With her ordinary generosity, France treated Australia with the greatest fairness and courtesy. The commissioners of the colonies received everywhere with perfect bienveillance, were shown and explained all that could be of interest to them or of advantage to their new country. As to the awards of the wine juries, the share of prizes allotted to Victoria alone was 9 gold medals and 12 silver ones, without counting others. True, they were called Progress Medals, but except 2 gold medals entitled of Merit, only such medals of progress were adjudicated to Hungary, to Algeria, and to many other countries. Altogether, Hungary received 2 gold medals of merit, 3 gold medals of progress, and 4 silver medals of progress. Algeria 2 gold medals and 5 silver ones, all of progress. A sprightly notice on Australia, part of a review of the wines of the world, appeared in Bordeaux at that time. In it, Victorian growers were taunted with the names they give to their wines. They were said to be taking, in contempt of all truth, the names of the great wines of Europe to adorn their product. Here is the explanation of the practice. Very few growers call their wines by such names as claret, hock, Madeira, port. Those who do so are mostly merchants, and if they prefix the word Australian, the generic appellation only indicates the kind of wine they offer to the consumer. This is more explanatory in any case than would be the name given to a piece of land held a few years ago by Aborigines. Australians give generally to their products the names of their vineyards, adding that of the grape from which the wine is made. This has sometimes been represented as confusing, but we think wrongly. The various kinds of wines retain always their individuality. Grown alongside of each other, the red Pinot of Burgundy and the Cabernet Sauvignon of Bordeaux give 2 absolutely distinct wines. In any portion of Australia, the first retains a special goût which is not found in the other. In putting the name of the grape on each distinct wine, the grower can ascertain which kind produces the wine most in favour of the public. He can increase his plantation with the best, graft the others, and by degrees the Australian vineyards will be brought to a desired unity. Kinds of similar nature and ripening at the same time are already found out to be advantageously blended. For example, the Cabernet with the Syrah, commonly called Hermitage in Australia, as it is the grape most cultivated in the celebrated wine districts of that name in France. Tokai, which is one of the names we are blamed for assuming, is the abbreviation adopted in Australia to designate the ferment Tokai, the grape from which the celebrated Tokai wine is made. That name on a Victorian bottle does not necessarily indicate an imitation of the Hungarian ambrosia. The special manufacture of this celebrated wine would be quite practicable in Victoria. No doubt it will be introduced some day. It consists in stripping the ferment vines from their leaves as soon as the grapes are ripe, and in allowing these to become shriveled on the branches. They are gathered when much reduced by the sun. The rotten berries are removed and the sound ones are placed in bags, filled afterwards so as to replace the evaporated juice of the perfumed ferment with fresh juice extracted from other grapes, left protected by their leaves. The bags are then trodden under the feet of the workmen. Here is a perfect method. In common sweet wines, the must is mostly boiled down like jam. By the Hungarian process, the gradual heat of the sun concentrates the aromas in a portion of the grapes, while the fresh juice brings the bloom and the other elements of good fermentation. The result is a nectar. Riesling, another name frequently found on Victorian labels, is a general appellation of a large tribe of grapes cultivated on the banks of the Rhine. It means delicate, aromatic. Specially, it is the name of the kind from which the Grand German hocks are made. With age, Australian Riesling augments in bouquet more than any other Australian wine. It retains in this respect the distinctive character of the parent plant. To ensure this priceless quality, the Australian vigneron must not allow his Riesling grapes to become overripe. He must gather them when in perfection of maturity, but no more. This he can obtain every year, whilst on the Rhine vignerons are satisfied with one good vintage out of 6. Riesling proves the necessity of pruning vines according to the expansion required by each different species. We have a few acres of it, planted 20 years ago. During the first 10 years, short pruned in Burgundian fashion, this kind never gave more than 150 gallons to the acre. The bunches came out but disappeared at blossoming time. Laid on wire trellises and long pruned, namely with a long branch left to each vine, the same area of ground now gives over 500 gallons to the acre. The review mentioned at the beginning of this chapter gives little encouragement to the Victorian vignerons, and a poor account of their advancement. For many years to come, it says, they cannot dream of exporting wine to Europe otherwise than as curiosity. Australians doubt of nothing, and almost without any material, with vineyards in infancy, they have the childish pretension, etc. It concludes, to give a last proof of the little resources of Victorian viticulture, we may add that cooperage is absolutely unknown in Australia. The wine growers keep their wines in brandy casks which they receive from France. Perhaps some description of a Victorian vineyard establishment which was complete at the time the above was written will be the best answer, and will give a proper idea of Victorian enterprise. The cellars, built of stone, cover half an acre of ground, a square of 150 feet each way. A road passes through the middle, over the vaults, to allow of the grapes being brought above at vintage time to the fermenting and press rooms. The press rooms contain 8 wine presses, the largest being imported at the cost of £170 from Amboise on the Loire, and being of the extreme size in use in France. 4 more of the presses were imported from Europe. The others, copies of those found to be the best, were manufactured in Melbourne. In the fermenting rooms, 27 oak vats, a number sufficient to allow thorough fermentation of the grapes of a large acreage, each capable of holding from 800 to 1,200 gallons of must, are disposed around 4 elevated platforms. The grapes brought in carts from the vineyards, hoisted by machinery on these platforms, and preliminarily crushed in grape mills imported from France, are afterwards trodden with the naked feet, until fit to be thrown into the vats, the whole being so disposed that 30 tons of grapes, sufficient to make 20,000 bottles of wine in a single day, can pass through all the necessary operations. For all the work of the vintage, gravitation is taken advantage of, the must or wine flowing from above, below, through gutta-percha pipes. The fermenting vats are all fitted with movable covers, according to the best principles. The marc, after the wine is made, is washed with water, and only this wash distilled by steam. If these condensed details fall under the notice of one versant in enology, he will judge whether we are without material for making our wines. The very spacious cellars below, partly excavated in the ground, cement floored, ventilated from above to ensure an even temperature, contain over 400 casks, of which 50 hold from 1,000 to 1,500 gallons each, and 200 an average of 500 gallons each. Many of these large casks were made on the spot, a cooper's shed and a forge being attached to the establishment. Chapter 22. Duties on Wine. The greatest obstacle to improvement in Australian vintages is the isolating line drawn by custom duties around each colony. The wine of the one, to enter another, must pay a duty equal to its original cost. For example, wine worth 5 shillings per gallon in Victoria has to pay 5 shillings duty to enter New South Wales, and vice versa, or rather more. New South Wales wine, worth 5 shillings per gallon, has to pay 6 shillings per gallon to enter Victoria. The result is prohibition. Whom does it serve? Nobody. Besides that, it brings nothing to the revenue of any state. This duty does not advance the wine industry in any particular province. It only lowers the values all round. What inducement is there for any man to excel, to grow the best kind of grapes, to eradicate those which experience proves inferior, to import machinery and men, to travel to gain information? Even if a grower succeed in producing the best wines, out of the 3.5 million present population of Australia, his market is limited, in any case to less than 1/3. Take away the intercolonial duty, a field 3 times as large is open to everyone, and they can all compete for the favour of an extended public. Wines, like works of art, require to be compared one with another. It is only when the intercolonial duty on Australian wine shall have been removed, when the growths of the various colonies can be placed side by side to establish Australian reputations, that the industry may be expected to advance in the colonies first, outside perhaps afterwards. Before the time of Colbert, duties were levied in France on all merchandise passing from one part of the kingdom to another. A cask of wine sent across the country from Bordeaux to Paris had to pay duty in crossing the boundary of each province. Our intercolonial tariffs are simply revivals of medieval blindness, without the excuse of the ignorance which then prevailed. Suppose that similar fiscal regulations had continued in force up to this time, and had prevented the wines of Burgundy and Bordeaux from being consumed anywhere in France, except in their respective provinces, would Lafite, Latour, and Yquem have been brought to their present state of perfection? And in turn, if the consuming public of the world had not grown accustomed to the high value of these best wines, would the excellent ordinary Bordeaux command the prices they obtain? We do not pretend to compare ourselves with these models, but what took ages to achieve in former days is now accomplished in a short time. The position made for us here today is as oppressive as it was in the past to French provinces. We hear of a possible federation of the British Empire. No doubt it will come some day. The free introduction into John Bull's dominions of John Bull's pure wines of low strength would be, we imagine, amongst all other commodities, that which would be the greatest boon to the greatest number, at the same time that it would cause the less comparative diminution in the receipts from customs duties. High-class foreign wines consumed by the upper 10 would continue to be imported. It would be to those who drink at present little or no wine, and consequently pay no duty, that the free trade of British light wines would be a welcome change. Long could be the apology on that subject. Diminution of alcoholism, the large increase of freight provided for British shipping, trades of various kinds inaugurated, purchasing powers of the colonies improved. But these questions would be beyond the frame of this opuscule. One remains, important to consider, the natural strength of Australian wines. Chapter 23. Natural Strength of Victorian Wines. Spain and Portugal, and a certain class, mostly wine merchants, in London and elsewhere, agitate now and then in favour of the standard for the introduction of wine into England, at the shilling duty, being raised from 26 degrees of proof alcohol to 32 degrees. Mr. Fallon of New South Wales joined one of these movements in 1875, assuming to do so on behalf of Australian growers. On that occasion, Australian wines were represented as being mostly from 28 degrees to 34 degrees of strength. Messrs. Auld and Burton protested in the Times as Australian growers, themselves from Adelaide, one of the warmest wine-producing colonies. They quoted the report of the Secretary of Agriculture of Melbourne in 1873, giving it as the result of the analysis of several hundred samples collected from all the colonies, that the average strength of the wines of Western Australia was 23 degrees, of South Australia 22 degrees, of New South Wales 22 degrees, and of Victoria 21 degrees. On his return to Australia, Mr. Fallon asked the governments of New South Wales and of Victoria to support his contention. The chief inspectors of both colonies were sent to Albury on the Murray to collect at vintage time samples of musts which could prove the great strength of Australian wines and the necessity for an alteration of the alcoholic limit. The Victorian inspector reported as follows: I proceeded to Albury on the 20th of March and procured samples of the must of the grapes then ripe and being pulled for wine-making, which I had pressed out in my presence, placed in jars, and brought to Melbourne in my own custody. While at Albury, I met the Chief Inspector of Distilleries of New South Wales, who had been sent by the New South Wales Government for the same purpose, and who was making some stay in the district, and arranged with him that, as the bulk of the grapes were not fully ripe, and I could not spare sufficient time to await their ripening, he should take samples of must in a similar manner, and leave them in the custody of the Superintendent of Police, and I would bring them on a subsequent visit to Melbourne, and test the alcoholic contents. All the value of the experiment rested on the condition that the musts collected should be fair specimens of must, fit for making wine. Such could scarcely be the case. The district of Albury is 2 degrees of latitude more north than that of Melbourne. Besides that, it is so much warmer, being so far inland. The grapes are ripe there 1 month sooner than they are on the Yarra. The gathering should be finished at Albury on the Murray, when it begins near Melbourne on the Yarra. In 1875, the year of the experiment, the vintage began on the Yarra on the 8th of March. Yet on the 20th of the same month, the grapes to be collected at Albury were considered as not sufficiently ripe, and orders were given to wait for maturity. If we observe that all those who were interested in viticulture in the Albury district were led to believe that the raising of the alcoholic standard would be advantageous to them, and that to obtain it they were to demonstrate the marvellous strength of their wines, is it not possible that only such grapes were squeezed in the experimental jars as could bring about the desired object? To test the average strength of the wines of a district, samples should be taken from large bulks, confidence being placed in the integrity of some men, at all events. All pure wines made from grapes gathered at a proper time will be found to range under the limit of 26 degrees of proof spirit. As I mentioned before, the 2 samples taken at Canyapella and at Echuca Vineyard, within 3 or 4 miles of the Murray, were found to be under 24 degrees. At the local shows of warm districts such as Rutherglen, scores of excellent samples from the large vineyards of Graham Brothers, of Morris of Sons, of Dr. Müller, and of so many others are exhibited under the category of light wines, all under 26 degrees. Some time ago, Mr. Hardy of Adelaide, one of the most enterprising and intelligent of Australian growers, reported before a Melbourne commission that he was sending large quantities of wines to London, paying only the lesser duty. So did Mr. Vanderbiel, a wine grower of the Cape, on the same occasion. Aldana, Dalwood, Buccola, Porphyry, Tarbilk, the Emu wines, enter London under 26 degrees of strength. It would be a blow to the production of good wines in the colonies to have the cheap introduction of alcoholized wines in England. It is much easier to fabricate strong decoctions than alimentary beverages. To make the latter, not only the time for gathering the grapes has to be opportune, but all the treatment afterwards requires skill and care. Fortified wines give little trouble. If a sugary must is likely not to keep, a portion may be distilled and added to the rest. Less bulky, safer to move about, of readier sale with certain classes, capable of more transformations. Fortified wines, if their introduction were made as cheap as that of the light ones, would soon form the bulk of your importation. Keep the high duty on alcohol, encourage by a reduction of duty on light wines, the wine growers to give all their attention to the making of these, and you will have pure Australian wines retailed in London at 1 shilling per bottle. Lower the duty by admitting strong wines at the same rates as light ones, and you open the floodgate to alcohol. All interest to produce quality is gone. End of Part 8. Part 9 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. A father and 6 sons, all free selectors. For a long time I have not mentioned free selectors. Those are the happy people. For us who pay wages, whatever we undertake, there is the banking account with 8 and 9%, devouring like animalculae in fermenting must. The selector, on the contrary, at least he who has sons who can help him, produces without any such drawbacks. A good man of some 60 years of age lives a few miles away from us in a selection of his own, where some years ago we were hunting kangaroos in summer and shooting snipe in winter. He has had a full and well-spent life. I wrote to him the other day and asked him to come and tell me his history. We lit a cigar and opened a bottle of wine, and here is his simple narrative. At first we spoke only of his Australian experience, but by degrees warming, he in his recollections and I in my interest, we went back to his early days. E.C. Brooke is a native of Wakefield in Yorkshire. His parents gave him a good workman's education, and from the age of 12 he maintained himself. At 21, he married in Leeds, his wife being only 17. Realizing immediately all their belongings, they started for America. When they landed in New York in 1844, they had just 13 shillings left, a lucky number, contrary to common opinion. Next day they started early out of the city of New York, ready to go on till they found work for both. They had walked 27 miles when they were engaged on a farm, the wife as cook and he as general servant. There they remained 10 years, at the end of which they had economized £400 and had 3 children. Australia, from the time they had resolved upon emigrating, had been the promised land for them. Penury only had prevented them from going farther. They started now with their little fortune and arrived in Melbourne during the heyday of the gold in 1854. At that time the best investment there was a horse and a dray. Ships were crowding the bay. Merchandise and luggage piled in heaps were waiting for delivery. Brooke bought for £90 a horse and a cart. Unfortunately, the horse, guaranteed, had never been used and was a jibbing one. Just as he was musing on his disappointment, a brother-in-law of his, settled in Tasmania, arrived, telling him of a bargain at Launceston, a grocer's establishment for sale. He was tempted, sold his horse at a loss and started for Tasmania. Prosperous at first with the general Australian advance, his affairs followed, later on, the gradual depression in that smaller colony. In 1869, after 15 years of residence in Launceston, he landed again in Melbourne, a ruined man with £10 in his pocket. And yet he was nothing daunted. He was only 44 years of age, his wife 40, and they had with them a capital of great value in new lands, command of labour, 10 children whom they had, during their comparative affluence, carefully reared to good conduct and work, 3 grown-up sons, 3 grown-up daughters, and 4 younger boys. As on his first landing in New York, Brooke did not linger in the crowded town. They started at once for the country, all of them, and stopped at Wangaratta, then a centre of activity. The land all around had been recently selected, and the railway was getting constructed. He and his eldest sons soon found work. Money came in, the new home improved, and the 4 younger boys were able to continue their schooling. They had not been long at Wangaratta when he met a well-to-do farmer with a large heart, who, hearing of his circumstances, offered him 3 strong horses and 2 good drays. "Pay me for them when you can, and talk no more about it," said that kind man, Alexander Tone, now mayor of Wangaratta, a perfect stranger to him until that day. With these cattle and drays, the 2 eldest boys worked for the railway. When the next lad was able to drive, Brooke bought 4 horses more and a wagon. A daughter had been married by that time, bringing more strength to the family. 5 years after he had landed poor in Melbourne, Brooke had 2 large wagons, 14 horses, and was carrying on a lucrative trade from the shifting terminus of the railway to Wagga Wagga, the centre of a large traffic. He was the manager, the head. The sons were the working members. Sickness laid up his wife, and he felt the want of a home. He came to the Yarra district, where land was being selected. The best was already taken, and that which was left was covered with immense trees. Frightened at first at the sight of the undertaking, he braced up his courage and selected 180 acres for his eldest son, intending to take a larger piece for himself when better acquainted with the locality. The family left Wagga Wagga and came to Mountain Creek, the name they gave to the selection. By that time all the girls were married, the sons only remained, the 6 of them. They had no time for courtship. They brought the 2 wagons and horses. Warburton, a poor man's diggings, namely, necessitating no outlay but much work for small returns, was a little distance from their selection. 2 of the sons continued carting with the wagons and horses from Melbourne to these diggings. The father and the others built the huts and cleared the first few acres of their ground. What labour it was! Over 200 immense trees to the acre. But out of these, 1,800 posts and rails, worth 15 shillings per 100 on the spot, were split, and the best logs were squared for the cellars which were getting built at the vineyards. St. Hubert's gave them their first earnings. The corporation was their next employer. 6 months after they were established at Mountain Creek, Brooke, then familiarised with the sight of the huge trees, selected 320 acres for himself. The wagons and horses had to be sold to pay for the surveys of the land, for the first rents, for furniture and implements, for fruit trees to be planted. The exchequer became empty again for a while. Work replenished it. Bullocks were bought, more useful than horses to clear away the heavy logs, to cart the squared timber and the posts and rails through the soft, heavy bush roads in winter. If I give you all these details, it is because they depict the life of the selector. 5 years of hard work followed. 2 acres were cleared in the first year, 4 acres in the second, 6 in the third, 6 in the fourth. 3,000 fruit trees and 6 acres of raspberries were planted. Other crops put in, but most of all, contracts for heavy works were performed by the hardy sons. Up to £400 a year was earned by them in that way in one single year. E.C. Brooke is now 61 years of age. It is 6 years since he began this life of toil on his selection, with only the few hundreds represented by his wagons and horses and a little ready money. He is today, he tells me, justly proud, worth, himself and his sons, at least £6,000. Every year they have added to their selections. The first year he took 180 acres for Albert, the second year 295 for himself, then 153 for George, 160 for Fred, and lately 77 for Willie. 2 of his sons-in-law have selected, one 185 acres, the other 320 acres, so that they have 1,370 acres amongst them all, one selection adjoining the other within 30 miles of Melbourne. "Now," he said to me, "the old mother and I are going to retire. We have bought a cottage at Prahn near Melbourne. There I will open a small grocer's shop, something in my old line, and sell the fruit and the produce of the boys. As long as they have us to take care of them, they are too well off and do not think of getting married. We are now 10 in the family, the mother and I, the 6 sons, a manservant and a grandson. This is too much for the old woman. She has done more than her duty to the boys. They must now look about and find wives of their own. When Brooke came to our district, he was already grey, and he looked rather careworn. He is quite white now, but has not a wrinkle more. His face tells of that contentment which we mentioned before, the portion of the working Australian. Chapter 25. At the Redlands. Now that I have given the outlines of the steady advance of one family of Australian selectors, let me describe, du particulier au général, a whole district of free selections. None can better answer my purpose than the Wanding, on the outskirts of which Brooke's lands lie. 17 years ago it was all a forest, where even cattle could with difficulty be followed, and where there was nothing but dense scrub and long wiry grass. Today a population of 2,000 inhabitants dwell there in plenty. Not that oil was struck in the locality. There is not even a definite village. It is simply an agglomeration of farms. About 2 miles from the township of Lilydale, where, at this moment, buildings spring up like mushrooms from the ground, a bush road branches off from the macadamized main road into the forest. Once you leave the highway leading to the gently undulating hills near the Yarra, where you find only from 10 to 20 white gums, mimosas, honeysuckles, and native oaks to the acre, you ascend a more elevated country. It is covered with scarcely anything but stringy bark and peppermint trees, from 200 to 300 to the acre, with black charred stems without a branch, or only with a few straggling limbs up to a height of 40 or 60 feet. From the acrid falling leaves, and from the rain running down the rough and spongy stringy bark of the trees, the ground is so saturated with tannin that no grass can grow, and yet, such is the charm of possession all through this uninviting country, that every inch of land is selected for miles and miles onward, for miles to the right and for miles to the left. As you proceed, every 10 minutes' walk brings you to a new fence enclosing a different selection. The road is not, as it is generally in Australia, a straight line cutting at right angles, square miles of an immense tract of country, irrespective of swamps or accidents of the ground. This system may answer where the land is almost as level as the hand. Here, one hill succeeds another. Some of them are very steep, and very few 200 acres in extent. At the foot of one, you arrive at some blind creek full of ferns, of reeds and rushes, of yellow brooms and white-blossomed tea-trees, of cotonneau musk trees, the leaves of which shine like silver and scent the air with fragrance, and then you ascend again. The road, a good road already, winds from one selection to another. The cottages of the selectors are all on heights, for each of them builds on the top of his own hill, as they all begin by clearing the land around their habitations. When the road happens to cross some of these open spaces, suddenly, to your delight, you discover blue horizons, mountains above mountains, bits of scenery framed by the standing masses of the primeval forest. Now and then you can judge how beautiful the whole country will be when 10 or 20 years hence the axe and fire will have removed the doomed stringy barks, and when the selector will have replaced them by useful and ornamental trees, growing out of cultivated lands and grassy meadows. 30 years ago, when we had to wander through that monotonous forest in quest of some stray cattle, the unbroken canopy of foliage hid any possible view. We had no conception of the latent beauty of that country. Several times since then I have gone to visit some free selectors, old friends who have helped by their good work the progress of our vineyards. Yesterday, as it was a bright and cool summer Sunday, when all the country people would be happy resting in their homes, I packed my little ones in our wagonette to take them to a feast of raspberries and cream, and to obtain for myself a fresh impression of their selections. After having driven 5 miles along the improved road just described, rolling pleasantly over rustic bridges lost in ferns, where we had to cross the creeks in deep mud a few years back, we arrived at the highest, the oldest established part of the district, at farms taken up 17 years ago. Here the land of great richness and deep red colour, all volcanic, gave the common appellation of the district, the Red Lands. As we ascended a long hill, we saw a young man and a young woman coming down, looking as if they were questioning Marguerite. "Good morning, sir," he said as he passed us by. "Hello, Nick, is it you?" And I recognised in the young man a boy who, for years, from the time he was 10 till he was 18, came with his father to disbud our vines, to pick our grapes, to dig in the vineyard, according to his age and strength. "Yes, sir, and this is my missus. Father gave me 10 acres of ground. I built a cottage and planted raspberries, and we've been 5 months married." "What a pretty little wife he has," said my children in chorus as we left them, after he had pointed out to us, close by, a track leading first to his uncle's and next to his father's farms. His father's was the very place we had intended to stop at for our picnic and for our raspberries and cream. They were Guernsey people. 3 brothers-in-law had come out together 36 years ago, all with their wives, and on that account, perhaps, after a short trial of their luck at the gold mines, they had preferred the work on farms in the shady valley of the Yarra to the hard toil of the digger. Not that they were sparing of their sinews, for all of them were men for whom heavy work was as child's play. When land was open for selection in the midst of the dense forest, 7 miles from the vineyards, they were the first to avail themselves of the opportunity of taking some up. We alighted at John Rouget's, one of them. No wonder that before he had cleared his land it was covered with huge trees. The soil was so rich, so porous on the surface, so deep in retentive clay below. On the top of the hill, a shaft, sunk 6 feet square and 25 deep, remains more than half full of good water all through the summer. At the bottom of his garden, a slabbed square hole keeps full always, like a mountain fountain in Switzerland. The crystal water oozes out, filtering through clover and a bed of watercress, to join in the lowest part of the gully, water similarly flowing from his neighbour's farm. Water is the richness of land. It is a gladdening sight in Australia. Their garden is exuberant in vegetation. The trees are laden with fruit. Rouget put in our wagonette a number of large Lisbon lemons, smooth, yellow and fragrant. How their cottage has improved! 3 of his sons were there on that day, on a visit to him. One of them, our own faithful cellarman, who has been with us since he was 12 years of age, and he is now 30. On the round table in their little drawing-room there was quite a collection of fine photographs of the district, just taken by Mr. Kerr of Melbourne, also a Guernsey man, who passed a few days with them, choosing sites to reproduce for the London Indian and Colonial Exhibition. Rouget is about 65. He left Guernsey as a sailor, and after he had passed several years of hard life on the coast of Newfoundland, he came to Australia, which has been so kind to him. When we left, one of his boys walked in front to show us a shortcut through the forest to Nicholas Godian's, the father of the young man we had just met with his bride. After a few minutes' drive we came on to his farm. Our guide had left. I saw several new cottages about, but knew the old place amongst the trees in the garden. We took out our horses, tied them to the fence with the saddle horses of our eldest ones, and entered the enclosure. All was silence. The trees had grown very large and met each other, forming cloisters of verdure over the narrow paths. The cottage was deserted and looked lost under the foliage of the trees, as if transformed into the rustic chaumière of some pleasure grounds. Leaving the garden, we directed our steps towards a new cottage, standing a little higher up, in the middle of the grass paddock. We heard a concertina, which stopped as I called out at the open door. A young girl came out, and after her, her mother, the same smiling, cheerful, good woman she was 30 years ago, looking with her 60 years younger than she did when we last saw her. Then came Nicholas, who was having a snooze after his Sunday dinner. Our former cottage was getting too damp for our old age, and we are better here in the sun, they told us, wanting us to invade their little sitting room, all so neat and so comfortable. But we all begged to remain in the shady chaumière. They brought us chairs and benches close by, under the big cherry plum trees. The dairy was full of beautiful cream, and the raspberries were only a few yards away. The feast I had promised to my little ones came off indeed. "How I would like to live here and grow raspberries," said little Sybil, a friend on a visit to us from Melbourne. The view from that spot was superb. We were on the top of a steep incline with some 30 acres of cleared ground around. A long horizon of mountains was discovered beyond the valley of the Yarra, which was like a calm yellow surface amidst the rounded hills near us, a waving ocean of trees. "And how is your vineyard going on?" I asked Godian, when we were sitting under the double shade of the veranda and of the trees above it, sipping the old bottle I brought for him. "It's almost rooted out," he said with a sigh. "First of all, raspberries pay us better. There is no machinery wanted, no vintage, no storing and waiting for payment. Then, all our youngsters are Rechabites, total abstainers, and to set them good example, the old ones must fall in. It's not what is drunk at home which does harm, it is what is taken at the public house which ruins their morals and their purse. Our young men have to drive to the railway at Lilydale to take our fruit. Teetotalers, they come back with their full earnings for their families. Look at my boy, just married. I gave him a piece of land, and he planted 2.5 acres of raspberries. This produced 7 tons and a half of raspberries last year, and about 7 tons this season. He gets from 2 to 3 pence per pound, paid him on delivery at the station the day after the fruit is picked. Last year, his crop brought him £180. This season, as so much more has been planted everywhere, his 2 acres and a half have only yielded him £140, but this is much more than he could receive in wages for any work. He lives in his own home, and can earn a deal more in many other ways." All this was true, and vividly demonstrated by everything around us. When good Mrs. Godian brought us plates to eat our cream, and when her daughter arrived with the full jug, "She is to leave us in 3 weeks," said the mother, "to be married to a son of our neighbour, Mr. Hunter. We will only have our youngest boy, Sam, left to us. Our home will seem very empty after having been full of them." The young girl blushed and smiled, and looked happy. Close to Godian's lives another selector, who had worked for us for years, John Bergie, who we could not pass by on our return home without a call. We crushed the children inside the wagonette and made room in front for Nicholas to direct us again through the rugged bush road. Bergie was a Swiss, and had been a schoolmaster in a village of the canton of Bern. Attacked with deafness, he gave up his employment and came to Australia. He tried all sorts of things: mining, farming, growing maize, tobacco. After every failure, he came back to our vines. He was a clever man who foretold the weather, explained the evolutions of the moon, elucidated deep subjects of physiology to his comrades. Once he suggested in writing to the Melbourne Board of Defence a new scheme of torpedoes. For this he only received a polite acknowledgment, but for other less lofty inventions, tools for saving labour principally, he was really ingenious and practical. At last he hit upon the right nail. He selected 80 acres at the Redlands, and being a landed proprietor took to himself a wife, a very young, pretty Irish girl. Bar the selection, the fortune of both at that time could not have been more than the 13 shillings with which Brooke landed in New York. What with his deafness, troublesome fluxion, his yellow hair, rather scanty, and his good 40 years, we used to call him Old Bergie, and almost laughed at his matrimonial enterprise. But, above all, Bergie was a good and brave man. His new responsibilities, together with the feeling of having a home, doubled his strength. He now took the hardest contracts, worked before the sun was risen and after it was down. When he had enough to buy provisions, back he went to his selection, clearing, planting, improving, his wife working with him, just as they do in German lands. Every second year he came to the chapel at Lilydale, driving his wife to have a newborn christened. Once indeed it was a case of twins. But with every child he grew more hopeful and cheerful, and time proved him right, for if he brought the first 6 of them in his neighbour's cart, lent to him for the occasion, at last he appeared for the customary ceremonial, driving his own trap and horse, a fast trotter with which he passed everybody on the road. To him also raspberries had been the principal source of profit. At 7 years of age, the children could make themselves useful in picking them. Raspberries were taken this present year from that neighbourhood to Lilydale, and thence to Melbourne, to the extent of 1,500 tons, bringing £30,000 to the settlers. Most of this great quantity is made into jam, but besides, 18p may buy in the luxurious city of Melbourne, in most of the fruit shops during the proper season, a small box made of palings, lined with fresh leaves, and full of that fragrant fruit. When we stopped at his gate, Bergie came to meet and welcome us. A straight road bordered on both sides with beehives simply placed on boards and covered with a piece of bark, took us to his newly built cottage in front of the hut of his early days. The hives, about 50 in number, belonged to the children, who obtained an average of 40 pounds of honey from each, worth 4p a pound, so that they were dividing over 30 pounds sterling amongst them from that source. This was only a beginning, the result of the increase from 8 hives they had in the previous year. After we had wandered for some time in his orchards and raspberry plantations, his wife called us for a cup of tea. Cakes, fresh butter, honey and fruit were laid on the table, and his 2 smart eldest daughters did us les honneurs. Bergie repeated to me almost what Nicholas had said about sobriety for the children. He too had nearly rooted out all the vines he had planted at first. At least he had neglected the vineyard in favour of the raspberries, so lucrative that he grudged work to any other cultivation. End of Part 9. Part 10 of John Bull's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Wine versus Alcohol. Driving home, I was musing on the case of my 2 old friends rooting out their vineyards, and I was sorry for them. After a long life of hard work, just when age came on and their diminishing strength required the gentle stimulant that kind Providence has prepared for that necessity, they were to deprive themselves of the gifts, simply because some people abuse it and are guilty of excess. I thought of Italy, of the country farms where you find on the table of the peasant the large pot of wine, standing alongside the basin full of boiled lupini, a poor fare, yet one which keeps men wiry and strong. But these wines are thin and almost acid. They cannot lead to excesses. Let the Australian farmer gather his grapes early to make alimentary wine for his own use. He will not have alcoholism to fear, and will not feel constrained to give up on that account his share of the bounty of nature. Wine, if not absolutely necessary to children and to old men, is at least most beneficial to them. British people are so accustomed to confound the natural alcohol which is found in the wine with the alcohol obtained by the fermentation of saccharine substances of all sorts, that British mothers will shrink in horror at being told to give wine to children. But in wine countries, both for the benefit of their health and to prepare them to be sober men, children are early accustomed to the use of wine, diluted with water, according to their age. Just a mild tonic and appetite-giving draught, as we said before, like chickweed to the birds. In continental families it is given to children of a very tender age. When the same little fellows are 8 or 10, the taste of mere wine is generally displeasing to them. They ask oftener for more water in their wine than for more wine in their water. When they grow to be men, they feel when it is good and enough for them, and never pass the limit. Beside the moral force of being sober, they possess a constitution physically trained and shaped for soberness. Sobriety to them is a necessity. If the wine be an antidote to strong alcohol, is it not also a cure for its bad effects? The children of a drunkard are said to be sometimes heirs to his disorder. If they be reared as total abstainers, the propensity to the vice may only be suspended. They may succumb at the first temptation. Diluted wine from their cradle, pure wholesome wine later on, would perhaps cure the germs of the disease. One day in Switzerland I was upbraiding a countryman addicted to drinking, who had reduced his family from comfort to misery. I gave him as an example another farmer close to him, sober and prosperous himself and his stalwart sons. "Ah," he said, "no wonder that Pite is sober. They always had wine at home. My father was too much of a miser. I got mine à l'auberge, at the public house." I never forgot the sad tones of that man's answer. On my return home from the Redlands, I took up a little volume of lectures given in Turin. The legend of the wine, the poets of the wine, its physiologic effects. Here is the peroration of one of them under the title, "Wine is Health." Without passion and without artifice, I have exposed the benefits and the evils brought upon us by alcohol. The misery of the latter surpasses by far the advantages of the former. Alcoholism is a public calamity which increases every day, and which prudent governments begin to try to check. Who does not remember its influence during the Commune in Paris? Who can not recognize that influence in the profound uneasiness which torments today the low grades of society? Reformers may talk about the means of repression. The most radical one would be to banish alcohol from daily use, and to this the temperance societies aspire. But let us tell them at once that to attempt it is a utopian enterprise. Men at all times, in every country and state of civilization, will want some of these substances, which the illustrious Professor Mantegazza calls nervine aliments, and can be obtained under various forms. Take cocoa or coffee, hashish or opium, tea or tobacco, and tell me which of those, as to cost, as to facility of obtaining it, above all as to its effects, can compete with alcohol. No doubt if man had not been expelled from paradise and was still living in a region of peace and love, he could do without any nervine aliments. But in our society, in which we can only advance over the corpses of the fallen, in which almost every day brings new deceptions and sorrows, where the ideal vanishes and the material hardens and dominates, who dares to pronounce anathema upon the nectar which brings with it solace and sharpens our courage and intelligence for constant conflict? One thing we can and must do with great hopes of success. Opposed to the invasion of strong liquids, sound wines sold at low prices. Substitutes for the alcohol of fiery liquors, a concentrated and poisonous alcohol, the temperate, natural alcohol of the wine more suitable to our necessities, and which we can refrain from abusing. Others may doubt as to the result, but not we who were born in a land where the vine expands its treasures, amidst a people whose moderation is one of their leading virtues. Chapter 27. Work is Health. 2 miles away from Bergey's farm, the largest school of the district occupies the top of one of the red hills. 76 children are inscribed on the roll. 4 more schools distant from each other from 6 to 8 miles are frequented by 150 more children. Prosperous farms succeed one another. In the largest, that of John Hunter, the raspberry plantation covers 10 acres of ground, as much as a man can well manage to work, for the picking of the fruit requires a great many hands, and if not collected at the proper time, the crop is lost. The selections continue uninterrupted up to the Yarra, 8 miles distance, and thence alongside the river for some 50 miles more. Beyond this, the land remains open for newcomers. I met once in our railway train a man of some 30 years of age, a free selector on these banks of the Yarra. We entered into conversation, and his case may be interesting for some people. He was a principal clerk in a Melbourne firm, and had a young Australian wife. They had some means of their own, and lived in one of the suburbs, he starting every morning for his office in town, she passing her long monotonous days in their little cottage to wait for his return in the evening. They had no children. The wife was delicate. "You only have one chance of saving her life," said the doctor to him after one of her periodical illnesses. "Go to the country and rough it there, both of you." He started the next day for the bush, and went on till he came to some unoccupied land. He selected 40 acres on the Yarra and 280 acres more on the hills a little distance away. They built close to the river, and giving up altogether town life, they settled there, roughing it indeed, improving their land, gardening and planting. They established a poultry farm. Health came back to his wife. When I met him, he was going to arrange in town for the disposal of their chickens, and also he told me with a radiant expression to get a nurse for their firstborn. Chapter 28. In Gippsland. The cultivation of the vine being not generally familiar to British people, it will readily explain, I hope, why, in speaking of Australian vineyards, mention is made more frequently of foreigners than of Englishmen. Many Australians will be much surprised to be told that Gippsland is a country propitious to the growing of grapes. Foreigners have demonstrated this quite recently. Gippsland, the Caledonia Australis, as Angus Macmillan, its discoverer, first called it, includes 13,898 square miles, nearly 9 millions of acres. Much of it, to the north and east particularly, is unavailable for agricultural or pastoral purposes from its rugged and mountainous character. But there are large tracts of grazing and arable country, rich deposits of alluvial soil predominating in some parts, rendering large returns for the labour of cultivation. Owing, however, to heavy timber, gum and ironbark that grow on it, its clearing is attended with considerable expense. Gippsland is a country of colossal mountains, of magnificent streams and fertile plains, and combines in its varied landscapes all that is attractive to the artist and the traveller. The climate and the soil are well fitted for the growth of oranges, hops, tobacco and opium. The vine is not mentioned in this quotation. Curiously enough, an erroneous idea prevails in Australia, and even to this day in Gippsland itself, that it cannot prosper in that province, and yet, in the very rugged and mountainous lands mentioned above, the grape will some day flourish, and be the principal means of reclaiming them, when the richer areas will have been all taken up. Some 16 years ago, a countryman of mine came to St. Hubert's with a letter of introduction. He had been a professor in a large school in Nizhny Novgorod, and having left Russia for France, had been so struck by the Australian exhibits at the Paris exhibition of 1871 that without more ado he started for England and took ship from thence for Melbourne. He came to me for advice. From his being a native of the canton de Vaud, where tobacco is much cultivated, he was somewhat familiar with its treatment. He had heard of free selection, that tobacco was successfully grown in Gippsland, and he had resolved to go there and to enter into that industry. He was without means, thin and pale, and unaccustomed to manual labour, and looking rather unable to undertake much of it. I strongly dissuaded him. I thought that it would be safer for him to stick to his pedagogic career and to give private lessons in Melbourne. He left me hesitating as to whether he would follow my advice. A few days afterwards, he wrote that he had found a mate to go into farming, and as his purse had been emptied by the voyage, he asked me for a temporary advance. I reiterated my advice, and instead of the sum mentioned, sent him a smaller cheque, telling him to go to the best tailor to exchange his continental outfit for an English-looking suit, enclosing, at the same time, letters of recommendation for him to two of my friends, professors at the Melbourne University. By return of post, I got my cheque and my letters back. He wrote thanking me, but said that he had no wish to lead in Australia the existence he had been tired of in Russia, that he wanted country life, and was off to Gippsland to get it. For 15 years I did not hear of him. I thought he had left Victoria. About 11 months ago, during our vintage, and as I was amongst my presses, a stout, brown-faced, long-bearded man came in with a jovial face. "Ah, Mr. C, comment vous portez-vous?" he said, extending cheerfully a horny hand. "Very well, thank you," I answered. "But pray, where did we meet before?" "What, you don't know me? Don't you recollect Louis Willemin of Courgevaux? Surely you are not Willemin?" "Yes, I am. Look at me well. Don't you remember how you wanted me to remain in the schoolmastering trade, and sent me a cheque to get fine clothes? Now I am a landed proprietor. I have a good farm and a vineyard. I have a wife and 4 children. I am stout, strong, and happy." And so he looked, from head to foot, a more complete change I had never seen. He was in every way another man. When Willemin had made up his mind to go up country 15 years before, he had got from a French teacher in Melbourne a letter for the father of one of his pupils, a farmer in Gippsland. To him he went, close to Briagalong, a fertile plain at the foot of the mountains described as unavailable for agricultural or pastoral purposes. Men living far inland welcome any newcomer. Population is the desideratum for all. At Briagalong, Willemin was cordially received. The furthest selector showed him a piece of land, which included yet a few acres of the alluvial flat alongside the village creek. He selected 40 acres, and soon after 140 more on the slope of the mountain forest. In far-away new settlements, selectors tender assistance to each other. The further they are from populous townships, the closer the friendly intercourse between them. Very little hard cash is to be found at first in these remote localities. If a man get a day or a week's help from a friend, he returns it to him in the same way. Willemin found that assistance at the hands of his neighbours. Perhaps because of his being a foreigner and new to hard work, they were all kind to him. He told them of vines, a cultivation with which they were not familiar, but which could be a new unit to add to the elements of their common prosperity. Close to the creek by himself, he started with his tobacco. Above, on the slope of the forest, he grubbed slowly, one rod after another of ground, planting vines and fruit trees. At that time, tobacco growing was very profitable. That cultivation soon brought him returns. He increased it, and by degrees employed labour. In the 4th year, he built a little wooden house on the top of which he had a small cigar factory. Then he married a prudent wife. Order, system, economy entered his house. Encouraged by the growth of his first vines, by the excellent fruits they bore, Willemin planted a regular vineyard, about 3 acres in extent, but he made no wine yet. Grapes were so rare in Sale and other townships of his district that all he could produce was more profitably sold as fruit. Gippsland, as I said just now, has been hitherto considered as unfit for the cultivation of the vine. At the time I write, we are on the eve of the Australian vintage. The white grapes are transparent, the dark ones already clothed in velvety blue. To be able to report, de visu, on the adaptability of the soil and climate of Gippsland and of the southern part of Victoria to viticulture, I took a few days ago the train to Sale, and thence went to visit Willemin's vineyard. A glance at a recent map showing the lines of railways already established in Victoria, those in course of construction and those sanctioned by the Parliament in 1884, will give a vivid idea of the advance of the colony. A journey from Melbourne to Sale, the capital of Gippsland, enables one to discern prophetically what it will be 20 years hence, when the clearing of the forest, the draining of the swamps, the transformation of scores of thousands of acres of quagmires composed of the richest black soil, formerly called glue pots, into plains of wheat, fields of potatoes and clover pastures, will have peopled these solitudes of yesterday with some hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. At the present moment, the activity there is already wonderful. Life is full of incidents, that of communities as well as that of individuals. A special one contributes to the sudden development. Melbourne is paving its streets with wood, with square blocks of red gum which lasts for ages. Millions of these blocks are wanted, and as the wealthy town increases, the mighty forest is laid low in order to supply its wants. Instead of an unsystematic and wasteful demolition of the timber, tramways are constructed to bring it from the movable sawmills to the stations on the permanent line. Teams of horses, of large-framed bullocks, and a crowd of hardy workmen attest that it is a profitable occupation. If it cost in some instances as much as £20 sterling per acre, and even more to clear the trees off these lands, the fee simple of which costs the selector only 1 shilling per year for 20 years, the wood itself, in a great many cases, defrays the entire expense, leaving a balance to the owners. The trees grow so closely together in that region that in some parts they cannot be more than 8 feet apart from centre to centre. At a distance, the forest looks like a hop garden in which the bare poles have been left standing. Only here the poles are 200 feet in height, with scanty foliage above, and patches of bright fern trees underneath. Their feet are hidden in a mass of rank grasses and dense underwood. Many acres of that land must carry over 600 trees to the acre, out of which perhaps 50 are worth sawing into timber to meet the ever-increasing demand of the building trade of Melbourne, or to provide material for the paving of its streets. No wonder that the soil should produce such noble forests, for, where it is cultivated, it yields as much as 20 tons of potatoes to the acre, and crops of all kinds of fabulous abundance. No wonder, with such returns, the inhabitants are getting rich. It is interesting to pass through the new settlements by the evening train. Each centre has its station, surrounded by from 50 to 100 more houses. The platforms are the lounging promenades of the settlers. At the time the train arrives, they are crowded with people, looking for friends passing up or down. It is a busy scene. Every one of the spectators looks good-humoured and prosperous, and all appear to be in the prime of life. A smart young fellow with an open countenance, square-shouldered, erect, moving with that precision and ease which a soldier's training gives to a man, travelled with me for some distance. He was an instructor in the local forces which are being formed all over Victoria. At every other station, other young men came to the door of our carriage, shaking hands with him and fixing days for their drills. "How many will you be?" he asked at every place. Invariably the answer was a number over 15. Besides the entrain of the contrast of this military organisation in the midst of the primitive wilds, it conveyed a special feeling of order and conservatism. The railway to Sale, 128 miles in length, is at present the only artery through this superb forest, but another line will be shortly opened, south of the present one. In a year or two, every part of that country, down to the sea, will be within 20 miles of a railroad. Already, they say, the whole of it is taken up, and future settlers must go the north of the rich alluvial region, to the slopes where the vine, the olive, the lemon and the orange will find a congenial habitat. Chapter 29. Briagalong. Briagalong, 22 miles from Sale, is a small township at the end of a long plain of extensive farms. Beyond it, the great dividing ranges, soft in forms, wavy, undulating, and calling back to memory the horizons in Claude's and Poussin's pictures, seem to extend for hundreds of miles. At the end of the village, passing through fields of hops and alongside large oast houses, I arrive at Wilhelmine's cottage, surrounded, as are all Australian country homes, with fruit trees of all kinds. After a cordial greeting from him and his good wife, and an introduction to their little children, we went straight to his vines. His selection is on the border of the forest. His vineyard occupies a spur which runs down from the hills, partly encircled by a mountainous torrent. The sides of the ravine, torn away by the water in winter, show the formation of the soil, clay and gravel with a superstratum of sandy loam, just what the vines require. His were covered with beautiful fruit, more advanced there in Gippsland than with us in the valley of the Yarra at the same date. The abundance of the grapes, the size of the bunches, the quality of the fruit, exceeded all I had anticipated. Be it sufficient to say that he had exhibited the previous year at the agricultural show at Sale several bunches of grapes weighing from 4 to 5 pounds each. His oldest vines, planted 14 years ago, trained on wire trellises 6 feet high, were in full vigour. His vineyard, composed of plants from 1 to 4 years of age, the former with shoots 10 feet long, the latter covered with bunches, was a conclusive proof of the adaptability of the country for the growth of grapes. It must have been that no proper care was taken of the few vines which were planted here and there in Gippsland at various times. Otherwise the mistaken idea that they cannot succeed in that province would not have existed so long. The spell is broken now. First the fine bunches placed on the market, next the fact that those who grow them make money out of them, will soon cause the vine to be planted in Gippsland as in other parts of the colony. The high lands of the region are certain to produce perfect wines, about 25% of strength, well adapted for cold climates, yet wines of ordinary consumption to be drunk at meal times, des vins de table. Briagalong is the future terminus of a railway, which will be opened in another year. Wilhelmine's vineyard is only 2 miles from the station, and his selection is the furthest taken up. Beyond him the land belongs to the Crown, and remains open for newcomers. The domain of the state extends hence for some 80 miles in the centre of Victoria, to the settlements on the other side of the dividing ranges, to Ainsworth, Mansfield, Bright, and other places. A mile away from Wilhelmine's farm, we went to see 2 young selectors, also close to the border of the forest, but inside it. They were brothers, both bachelors, established on the high bank of the same mountain creek, on a piece of ground of 80 acres, which they had taken up 4 years ago. One of them had worked for us at St. Hubert's. My visit was therefore a duty. The amount of labour done by these 2 boys was surprising. By themselves they had cleared of the big trees over 10 acres of land. The greater portion of it was under crops of potatoes, of maize and beans, and besides, they had rows of fruit trees and vines, showing already straight lines of vigorous foliage. Their little red hut, all built of bark, looking like a Nuremberg toy, was lost in a mass of luxuriant vegetation. Nurseries for future plantations, vegetables of all kinds, melons, pumpkins, and tomatoes trained on wire. A footpath led to a deep pool of clear water below, surrounded by the white gravel of the dried-up torrent, their morning tub shining like polished steel. All around this open patch of ground, un clairière dans la forêt, stood the big tall red gum and stringy bark trees, a fit solitude for a hermit tired of the battle of life, or for one resolved to avoid it, but not a wilderness. Some 18 months ago, the youngest of them had come into a bequest of £100 or so. Their fruit trees and vines did not show much then, and similarly, the the love of his selection was not deeply rooted in him yet. He decided upon returning to his native land, and intended doing so for good. He remained not long away, however. He had arrived in winter. The cold, the crowded life, the narrow ways, everything made him regret his bright, clear air in the Australian forest. After 5 weeks passed with his friends, he started again, and 6 months after he had left it, he was back to his selection. His case is an illustration of the attractiveness of this independent life. "Will you come again and give us a hand during the vintage?" I asked him. "No, thank you," he answered. "You see, I have much to attend to here, and if I want a few pounds, I can always get them out of our produce." The rich soil of the Briagalong Flat is well adapted to the culture of hops. A sudden rise in the price of Australian hops, consequent upon the failure of the crop in Europe in 1882, filled for a while the coffers of Victorian growers, but resulted for them in a disaster. In 1883 they received up to 4 shillings per pound, 3 times more than they used to get before, and speculators, inexperienced men, planted on all sides. In 3 years the extent of land under that cultivation in Victoria increased tenfold. Hops supplied to the English market by unskilled producers soon gave a bad name to the colonial article. All growers suffered alike. The crisis which resulted from this overproduction is felt just now by them, and hops are at a discount. On both sides of a narrow field, still cultivated, I saw the other day, piled up like huge muskets, 2 long rows of stacks of poles which had been prepared for an extension of plantation, now given up. Blackened by the action of the weather, they formed a striking contrast with the green of the remaining hops in the centre, the yellow of the withered grass of the plain, and the dominant bright blue of the Australian landscape. "What a splendid effect!" I said to Williamin as we passed by. "Alas," he answered, "each of these stacks of idle poles represent a loss of £25 to our district." All things mend. Those who counted upon so much and found so very little gave it up disheartened. The veteran growers, like my kind cicerone among these fields, Mr. Landy, are preparing for better days. Quality improves steadily, and with the production reduced to reasonable limits, hop growing will again be profitable to them. End of Part 10. Part 11 of John Ball's Vineyard by Hubert de Castella. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Labour, Irrigation. The labour question is the all-difficult one in Victoria for agriculturalists who employ hired servants. It is so easy in Australia for a good man to become his own master. Those who remain working for wages are not generally the best. No doubt there are many exceptions, faithful men who, content with the steady savings of bountiful remuneration, have at heart the interests of old employers. But as a rule, dans les champs, whoever employs labour can observe at every decade an increasing depreciation of its quality. And how could it be otherwise? The trade unions regulate the number of hours of work in the towns. Farm labourers, discontented with longer ones, make up for it by waste of time. The price and scarcity of proper labour is the stumbling block of the genteel would-be vigneron. The future development of the wine industry in Australia rests with small proprietors, cultivating their vineyards themselves, or with tenant vignerons of large holdings, paid a fair price for the grapes they grow, the work alone of the vintage and cellars being left to the owners. Suppose in the admirably adapted ranges of Gippsland, 1,000 acres subdivided into 20 farms of 50 acres, each held in fee simple by a family cultivating 10 acres of vines and 10 acres of fruit trees, of all kinds. In that district, on soil so easy to work and to keep in good order, their vines would yield, with the owner's care, not with hireling's labour, not less than 600 gallons to the acre. Now, suppose, in sufficient proximity to these farms, a wine manufacturer with all appliances and skill, which the small vigneron cannot procure, the problem is solved. This is done to some extent in some few places in the colony. The system will extend. Victoria, by its resources, by the general wealth of the community, above all by the perfection of its climate and the absence of the destructive droughts in her sister colonies, is the paradise of the working freeholder. For he who tills his own land, there is no labour too heavy, too long or too tedious. The benefit is his, and that feeling gives him force and endurance. Ask any of these men whom you may find bent over their ground, grubbing and trenching. Not one of them would exchange his lot for paid service. A man in Victoria with 50 acres of land to cultivate, and a good wife and willing children for his helpmates, can look forward to a life of happiness, spent under conditions that ensure him health of body and independence of mind. His circumstances are such as no revolutionist, no socialist can dream of, such as not one of them can obtain. We hear much of late of 3 acres and a cow for a family in England, but even after they shall have got it, will the climate not be wanting to them? Can they, on these 3 acres, grow the fruits of all kinds which are the endowment of sunny lands? Can they, under a clouded sky and in a damp atmosphere, dry grapes, raisins, figs, apricots, and peaches? Can they cultivate attar roses, rear silkworms, and grow Peruvian bark? Can they, as the Victorian can do, on soil at present of moderate value, plant wattles and slow-growing cork trees for the future profits of their children? There is a transformation taking place in the world, of which we are only witnessing the prelude. It is to lands where all these resources are to be enjoyed and developed by families that from the less favoured countries, emigration will wend its way. Through the press of all nations, exchanging informations and reports, through the instrumentality of exhibitions ever more comprehensive, people will know everywhere what they can expect to find in every clime. Shall all the comforts of life combined, security from disease, the absence of cold and of enervating heat, abundance of food and of all fruits, stability of tenure and enjoyment of liberty, not bring to Victoria's shores the influx of population she can for years absorb and for years enrich? Victoria is preparing for that influx of immigrants. Her government is now giving prominent attention to the most important source of public wealth, irrigation of lands, which combination alone can effect. 15 months ago, Mr. A. Deakin, then Minister of Works, today Chief Secretary of Victoria, was sent to California to study the system of irrigation of that region, so similar in many points to our own. A Victorian born and working for his country, he did so, like the brave man who labours for his own. He returned with full hands. The name of Victoria had opened all doors to him, placed him in communication with all talents. The result is a system of irrigation now fully organised in the colony, the population being profoundly impressed with the belief that, in a land like ours, water spells wealth. Our experts, both from California and the other irrigating states of America, declare that our soil is the more fertile, and our general conditions the more favourable of the two, and that the great results achieved on the Pacific slope can be eclipsed in Victoria. The areas that will be watered by the different schemes authorised will amount to nearly 1 million acres. The extent of country that will be brought into profitable occupation will embrace from 3 to 4 times as much. We are laying foundations for times to come. Today the government takes the initiative. Tomorrow, these waterworks will be continued and extended by the benefited populations. The first expenditure to the state will be £3 million or £4 million. 10 times that amount will probably be spent, eventually, upon all the works that are now contemplated, all self-supporting and productive of vast profits to the community. a country where such sums are to circulate in payment of labour for one special object only, amongst a population of 1 million souls all told, whose total yearly revenue is upwards of £6,000,000 sterling, cannot be a bad one for men to emigrate to. The knowledge of the cultivations best adapted to the soil and climate of the various parts of a country is an object worthy of the solicitude of its government. A Royal Commission of Vegetable Products has been established in Melbourne. It is only 2 months old, yet the results of this examination of experienced agriculturalists, visitors to our colony, who gave their evidence as to what is done in lands similar to ours, is sufficient to prove the importance of that commission. It is a consultative board, where authentic and trustworthy information is collected, and from whence it is to be disseminated, not only in Victoria, but abroad, to bring new men, new families to us. No doubt the first labours of this commission will be laid before the British public at the Colonial Exhibition, among the other testimonies and proofs of Victorian prosperity. Chapter 31. Emigration. Capital. Without emigration to our lands, we cannot work our vineyards. Without money circulating freely amongst our community, we cannot expect our wines to flow merrily into the cups of our people. Such are my excuses for introducing into my light rural etude dissertations of a serious nature. When reading of the sad condition, la malaise, of the crowded populations of the Old World, we are led to muse upon the 1,001 reasons militating in favour of Australia as a field for British emigration. Foremost amongst them is the comfort which every Englishman, starting for Australia, must feel in thinking that he will continue to live, as of old, in the midst of his kindred, that he is to be ruled by his own laws and protected by his own flag. Of all the British possessions, Australia is the most truly British. In any other, in India, at the Cape, even in Canada, the greater portion of the population being conquered, they remain only faithful to a strong and powerful empire. Here is an illustration. We had the other day a visit from a member of the government of the Cape of Good Hope. My father, uncles and aunts all spoke French, he told me. At the time they were children, Napoleon was expected to take possession of the Cape. My grandfather was preparing them for the change. In Australia, the backbone is British. The country has developed and been recruited from the old stock, remaining attached to it from first to last, even notwithstanding a few dissentient voices from saddened Ireland, which, if the vote were definitely put to them here, would remain with us en masse. Not only affection, but pride and interest, two powerful agents, keep the mother country and Australia bound together. Witness the outburst of feeling in favour of sending an Australian contingent to Egypt, started from amidst those who were the longest away from her, felt as a galvanic shock in all the provinces of the empire. If ever federation of that empire is established, Australia will be the strength of it. Australasia is more than 25 times the size of Great Britain and Ireland, more than 3 times as large as India, and only 1/5 smaller than the whole continent of Europe. The Australian group occupies nearly 2/5 of the area of the British dominions. On that territory, at the present moment, there are nearly 3.5 millions of inhabitants, of whom all but 150,000 are of pure British stock, and of every man of these it may be said that he is more English than the English themselves, bringing with him, as all immigrants do, the customs, habits, and sports of his fatherland, rendered all the dearer by the remembrances of home. The United Kingdom is overcrowded, with 36 millions of people, of whom perhaps 2 million are struggling for a mere subsistence, which in many cases it is impossible for them to find. The policy of the Home Government should be to transfer this surplus population to Australia, a territory so certain to remain English. The same man, whose inability to earn a livelihood in Great Britain causes him to become a burden to the state, would, if brought to lands where his labour would be almost immediately productive, become a factor of prosperity, as well to the old as to the new country. The volume of trade between the mother country and her Australian colonies amounts, at the present moment, to the enormous sum of £60 million per annum. Every single individual who, from a half-starved struggling man in England, is transformed into a well-fed and well-paid colonist, contributes to the extension of this immense commerce, his purchasing power being so greatly in excess of what it would have been had he remained at home. This will be obvious enough when it is remembered that the average earnings of every member of the community in these colonies is £43 8s per annum, as compared with £35 4s in the United Kingdom, £27 4s in the United States, and £26 18s in Canada. It is not only as a field for the surplus of overcrowded home populations that Australia in general, and Victoria more particularly, are eminently fitted, but these colonies offer superior advantages and greater security for the investments of the ever-increasing capital of England than any other countries in the world. Owing to the superior facilities for the transport of the products of the soil which are now enjoyed, the land itself, at the two extremities of the same great highway of traffic, be it by land or sea, cannot remain long so disproportionate in value. Before the recent multiplication of these facilities of communication, the price of land in old Europe had reached its apogee. The retrograde movement has begun, and can only stop when something like an equilibrium shall have been established. At the time land was so dear in Europe, our fertile plains in Victoria were selling at the upset price of £1 per acre. The freight from Australia to England is now £1 per ton per sailing ship, and £2 per steamer. An acre of ground, if its produce equally in both countries, cannot remain worth £60 per acre in the one and only £2 in the other. We read that the falling off of the total amount of sales of property in England during the last 8 years, showing the diminished desire for that class of investment, is represented by the large difference between £11 million in 1877 and £4,500,000 in 1885, the decline being every year more remarkable. The reverse takes place in Australia. Sales of property in Melbourne alone would show a stupendous advance from 1877 to 1885. During that interval, suburban properties have increased tenfold. Country lands in Victoria, taken as a whole, have increased 50% in value. Therefore I contend that while there is no better outlet than Australia for the surplus population of England, there is also no better field for the safe investment of her stagnant capital. The total revenue of a country, during a period of 10 years, may be accepted as a satisfactory evidence of the prosperity or otherwise of the people of that country, especially if, as in our own case, nobody feels the burden of taxation. The following figures, therefore, may be left to speak for themselves. Victoria, financial year 1874 to 75, mean population 783,274, revenue £4,236,428, amount per head £5 8s and twopence. Financial year 1879 to 80, mean population 840,620, revenue £4,621,282, amount per head £5 9s and 11pence. Financial year 1884 to 5, mean population 960,079, revenue £6,290,361, amount per head £6 11s. In 25 years, even at the present rate of increase and without assisted emigration, the population of Victoria will be more than doubled, and in less than a century it is estimated that the total population of the Australian colonies will exceed 93 million. With emigration from England and with federation of the British possessions, even the present generation may witness in Australia, numbering a population of 10 million of Britons, with a revenue of £50 million sterling, a power in men and money which will count for something in the balance of nations. Chapter 32. Taking Leave. And now I must take leave of you, whoever you may be, gentle reader, who have been kind enough to follow me so far. Our grapes are ripe, our presses and vats are getting filled. I owe you much gratitude, for whilst trying to tell you of our winemaking in Australia, of our ways and difficulties, I have read and studied more books and pondered over more precepts and practices than I would have done otherwise on my own account. The result, I owe it to you, is that I have gained confidence. Pasteur's theory of the bloom ferment is still my guidance, for besides, having more faith in myself, I may attempt what a master of the art in going through my rambling notes may reproach me with not advocating. Whilst speaking of fermentation, to aim at delicacy by reducing it as much as compatible with safety. But enough, I only mention this in anticipation of criticism. I sincerely believe that my dissertations, such as they are, may be of service to new Australian vignerons. Old ones have all by this time gained experience. I hope they will bear me out in most points. For the last 3 days, a motley crew has been engaged in gathering our grapes. Our vintages are not like those of France. Here we can engage no throng of children and women, young and old, no village belle on whose cheek, pink and firm, a smart young man acquires, if he succeed in crushing a purple berry on it, the traditional right to wipe it out with a kiss. Some years ago, when our neighbours, the free selectors, were fighting against time, I mean waiting until time enriched them, we had old Nicholas and his boys, and the boys of his friends, almost a troop, like the vendangeurs at home. Now they are all too well off. The fathers do not rough it any more, and the young ones are all busy with their own vintages or harvests. Today our gatherers are a curious assemblage of nationalities and characters. The pay is small, only 2 shillings per diem with rations, but the work is light, the food plentiful and excellent. They get 4 times a day a full tumbler of good wine each, and have all the while the luscious grapes to eat. Amongst those vintagers there are many hardy men who return to us every year, even from afar off, for their month of holiday, satisfied with small wages, 1/4 of what they earn at other harvests. They count the picking of grapes as a relief from heavier labour, a recruiting time for their health. What photo chapters one could write of the life of some of these grape pickers, poor broken-down praise of improvidence, who have seen better days, who come, with a good English accent, to ask to be put on amongst the rest. Compassion moves us, and charity brings luck. I had hoped to end my book by an appropriate peroration, but time fails me, and perhaps it is better so. I will tell you only of the alouette, the lark, the pretty bird whose nature it is to rise in the clear sky and sing, not a brilliant string of melody like the powerful nightingale, only a few notes of joy and thanks for the warmth, the light, and the bountifulness of the field it dwells upon. When the clouds gather, when the cold causes the poor bird to shiver in the wet grass, all is silent. But when the blue reappears in the sky, and the sun shines bright again, the lark, shaking its damp feathers, rises up and sings. Perhaps I have been silent as to clouded days and storms. Like l'alouette, I have only repeated a song of sunny days, the most numerous in Australia, a simple and cheerful song. If my words have in them any of the truth of the bird's accents, it is because my theme has been that of a free and prosperous country, where every man gets his share of what makes life happy, his share of family joys, his share of work, and his share of hopes. End of Part 11. End of John Bull's Vineyard, Australian Sketches by Hubert de Castella. Read by Philip Benson in Sydney, Australia.